today of Russian spacewalk number 52. The spacewalk that will begin the process of about a half a dozen or so spacewalks over the next several months to outfit and activate the European Robotic Arm that is located on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and to begin its work to move a radiator and an airlock around and to be in position to support the movement of people and payloads on the Russian segment of the International Space Station in the future. Right now, in the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the International Space Station's Russian segment, two Russian cosmonauts, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev, are suited up in their Russian Orlan spacesuits, ready to begin the process of depressurizing the Poisk airlock following their pre-breathe of pure oxygen to cleanse the nitrogen out of their bloodstreams, preventing any condition known as decompression sickness or the bends from occurring when they step out into the vacuum of space. The Russian spacewalk today is scheduled to begin at about 9:25 a.m. Central Time, 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time. A Russian spacewalk is measured by the time that the airlock hatch is opened until the time the airlock hatch is closed. Today's spacewalk, that is expected to last up to 7 hours in duration, is primarily designed to install and connect a device called the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk Control Panel near the base point to which the European Robotic Arm is mounted on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. This control panel that opens up basically like a suitcase will be the point at which commands can be sent to not only activate the arm, but to move it off of its dual grapple points on the surface of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, so that it can extend to its full reach of about 37 feet in length, and for its future use to maneuver around the Russian segment of the station. This European robotic arm will be used in augmenting the capabilities of the Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese robotic arm that are on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, but which cannot reach far enough to support activities on the Russian side. So the European robotic arm, which has been years in the making and testing, launched last July attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and today will begin to be activated by Artemyev and Matveev as they begin their work outside the Russian segment of the station. They will also be involved in the removal of protective covers from payload interfaces and base points to which the two sides or the two grapple fixtures of the European robotic arm are affixed at the moment. They'll be installing a trio of handrails and removing a thermal cover from the elbow of the European robotic arm, as well as installing a portable workstation adapter on a payload interface that will be used in the future for spacewalkers to mount their feet and to mount payloads and other equipment during the conduct of future spacewalks. Today's spacewalk, once it gets underway, will be the 249th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the fourth spacewalk of 2022, the first for Expedition 67. This will be the fourth spacewalk in Oleg Artemyev's career, 3 previous spacewalks, garnering him 20 hours and 20 minutes of spacewalking time. He will be clad in the Orlan spacesuit bearing the red stripes as EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1. He will also have a helmet camera that will provide us up close and personal views of his work outside during the course of today's excursion. That will be helmet camera number 16. This will be the first spacewalk for Denis Matveev, who arrived on the International Space Station several weeks ago, along with Artemyev and Sergei Korsakov, who helped the two cosmonauts suit up a couple of hours ago. Matveev will be wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes. His helmet camera number will be 20. As mentioned, today's spacewalk and the next several outside of the Russian segment of the station by spacewalking crew members are all about the European Robotic Arm. Spacewalk engineer Mitch Harger has narrated an animation of today's work that will amplify on the tasks that we ran down for you just a few moments ago. Let's take a look at that right now.
Russian Spacewalk 52 will be conducted by Oleg Artemyev, EV1 in the red stripes, and Denis Matveev, EV2 in the blue stripes. To start the spacewalk, crew will egress Poisk with the crew lock bag and the EMMI, also known as the European Robotic Arm EVA Control Panel, or ERA EVA Control Panel. After turning on their cameras and lights, both crew will start translating down the Strela booms from Poisk to the Nauka module, where they'll begin their worksite setup. EV2 will install a pallet adapter on handrail 4401, then crew will work together to structurally secure the EMMI. Oleg and Denis will then mate the CBT cable and power on the EMMI for checkout. While Oleg works the EMMI checkout, Denis will translate to the base point worksite where he'll remove a total of 4 protective covers and take imagery of the interfaces. After closing up the EMMI covers, Oleg will translate to the ERA arm where he'll begin folding back the MLI blanket to install one of several ERA arm handrails. Denis will translate over to the ERA arm where he'll assist with the handrail installs. Crew will finish installing the last handrail near the ERA arm elbow on limb number 2. Oleg will then take photos of the solar reflectors near the elbow. Oleg and Denis will translate back to Poisk and stow the covers as well as the crew lock bag back inside the airlock. Using the same translation path they did earlier, they'll head back down to one of the Nauka's passive payload interfaces. While working together, they'll install the adapter and remove the manual drive. EV1 and EV2 will translate back to the airlock, stow the manual drive. Afterwards, they'll perform an inventory, and then they'll ingress and close the hatch, finishing out Russian Spacewalk 52.
Fifteen minutes.
An overview of today's spacewalk activities upcoming for Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev as they are in the Poisk airlock, ready to depressurize the airlock down to vacuum, conduct systems and communications checks with the Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov before they get the go-ahead to open the hatch. That will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Well, this activity is ongoing. A busy week is kicking off aboard the International Outpost. The Axiom 1 quartet that has been aboard the station for more than a week. They are preparing for their scheduled undocking from the International Space Station on Tuesday morning, weather permitting. And later in the week, the arrival of the Crew 4 astronauts who are scheduled to launch on Saturday on a Crew Dragon vehicle from the Kennedy Space Center. The Crew 4 astronauts that you see in this picture from left to right, Bob Hines, Samantha Cristoforetti of the European Space Agency, Jessica Watkins, and Crew 4 Commander Kjell Lindgren are flying down to the Kennedy Space Center today. Their arrival at the Kennedy Space Center to begin their final pre-launch preparations will be broadcast on NASA TV's media channel only, starting at about 11:30 a.m. Central Time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, while we continue our EVA coverage on the public channel. The departure of the Axiom 1 crew is dependent on the weather at the splashdown opportunities that are available. Their current undocking time is 9:35 a.m. Central Time on Tuesday morning. However, the weather may be iffy. There is a weather briefing scheduled for later today by SpaceX and the various other organizations involved in overseeing the departure of Axiom and their crew members and the Crew Dragon Endeavour that they are flying on. That weather briefing will determine whether or not they actually have an opportunity to depart tomorrow or move on to a later undocking opportunity. We shall see. Meanwhile, again, as mentioned, the spacewalk today being conducted by Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow. You see a live view from a balcony camera. Those flight controllers will be overseeing all of the activities of Artemyev and Matveev outside of the Russian segment as they work in the vicinity of the European Robotic Arm on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. Again, today's activities primarily involving the installation and connection of a control panel box near the base point to which the European Robotic Arm is anchored. Here in Mission Control in Houston, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console at this hour. They took a handover about an hour or so ago. They're led by Flight Director Greg Whitney at the bottom of your screen. To his right, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Koichi Wakata, a member of the Crew 5 crew that is scheduled to launch this September on the same vehicle, Endeavour, that the Axiom 1 crew is departing and coming home on later this week. The European Robotic Arm, that is the focus of attention of today's activities and for the next several spacewalks to be conducted out of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, is 37 feet long. It is a very sophisticated and complex piece of hardware with two end effectors, very much like Canadarm2, the primary robotic instrument on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. It is also equipped with 4 infrared cameras, the elbow joint and the central control computer located right next to each other, and of course wrist and roll joints, very, very much like the Canadian-built robotic arm that has serviced the International Space Station now for more than 2 decades. Because the Canadarm2 and the Japanese robotic arm cannot reach all the way to the Russian segment of the International Space Station, this robotic arm will greatly augment the capability to move payloads and spacewalkers around in the conduct of experimental and other maintenance activities outside of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Mode operational message. Okay, we got the standby, no operational as you advised. And please press continue and move to step 4. Copy.
The next in the series of spacewalks for cosmonauts Artemyev and Matveev is scheduled for Thursday, April 28th. During that spacewalk, assuming everything goes as planned today, They will be removing and jettisoning a series of thermal blankets covering the European Robotic Arm. They will be releasing a series of launch locks on the grappling mechanisms, or the two ends of the European Robotic Arm where the grapple fixtures are located. They will be also verifying the operation of the roll joints. They'll be deblocking, as they call it, basically enabling the torque and force sensor rigidization mechanism on the robotic arm, and it will actually take its first movement away from its base point, the arm will, to move a few inches away just to verify that it actually is receiving the commands through the control panel that will be installed by Artemyev and Matveev during today's spacewalk. That second in the series of these European Robotic Arm outfitting spacewalks is scheduled on Thursday, April 28th, and again we'll be providing live coverage of that here on NASA television, again beginning at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time on NASA television.
Please set it to 1 for your heat settings. Well, it was pretty chilly here, so I set it to 1. Okay, it's set to 1 now. So, and Denis, for you, the heat setting and the hot settings for your hot and cold for the suit are comfortable. Yeah, I'm just adjusting them as I go, as needed.
Олег, по счетчикам что у нас по шлюзованию?
Oleg,
Окончание деспирации.
5 минут 20.
what do you see on the counter? 5 minutes, 27 seconds for EV1 and the same for EV2. All right, then please prepare cue card number 6.
Проверяем.
All right, that's going to be for depress to 12 millimeters. Okay, so our pneumatic valve is off. Primary regulator. Primary regulator, what's its status for you, Denis? Checking. I have the flag on the right. I have it on the right. O2 primary tank. I have the flag on the right as well, and for me too. Primary pump. Okay, for us it's going to be the backup pump. Yes, it's kind of getting chilly. All right, and we are standing by for the depress. Do you have O2 open set? Yes. Now stand by till the counter gets all to zeros, and then you'll proceed with a step 9.2 MRM2 depress. Copy. Station Moscow on space to ground 1 for Sergey. Okay, for the pre-breathe, we still have 2 minutes. Okay, we copy. 2 minutes left on the pre-breathe. Station Moscow on space to ground 1 for Sergey. Go ahead. Sergey, we got CSS, and you can start with procedure 2.5. So, please check what are your settings for hot and cold. And Sergey, you can proceed with the error activation activities. It's going to be 2.5. That's good.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to listen to the conversations on orbit between Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev in the airlock of the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station as they talk to Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. The two crew members are suited up in their Russian Orlan spacesuits, ready to begin a spacewalk a short time from now, in which they'll venture outside of Poisk, move down to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and begin work on the outfitting and activation of the European Robotic Arm that is affixed to the outside of the MLM, as it is called, the multipurpose laboratory module.
Set to injector menu. Please verify.
The Poisk airlock is in the process of being depressurized. Once that occurs, the two cosmonauts will conduct checks of their communication systems. They'll conduct a final leak check on their suits and other systems checks with the Russian flight controllers before opening the hatch to Poisk that will mark the official start of the 249th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
I need to be a little bit closer.
Oleg, если готовы, можно пошагово.
Oleg, if you're ready, you can start with step 9.2. Are you ready? MRM2 depress. O2 flow selected to injector position. It's in the injector position. I have it in the ejector position as well. Copy. LED is illuminated. And now we're opening KSD SO valve, and we are dropping to pressure of 350 down to 300 millimeters. Copy. KSD SO valve is open. So please monitor the suit pressure and then MV pressure. Okay, for EV1, 02 pressure, and for the module, 510. Suit pressure is 03 and 02, and 480 is the pressure in the module in MRM2. Please monitor if the pressure is within the range, and if it is in the range, then we will open as the SO. All right, pressure is 420. And for 0.38 for EV1 and 0.39 for EV2 suit pressures. 400 is for the module depress. 380 and 0.39 is for the suit. All right, and for space to ground 1, all the settings are correct. Okay, please switch to 2.6 for the aero operations. And then please close the window. Copy. 320 is the pressure. 0.38 is the EV1 pressure. 0.39 is EV2 pressure. And Oleg, you can open the KSD 2. KSD SO. The pressure is 380. And 0.38 is for the suit pressure. Copy. 0.38 is for the suit pressure. Okay, that's good. So please stand by for the 20 millimeter points. When the pressure in MRM2 reaches 20 millimeters points, you will have to close, guys, the 2. 0.38 is the pressure in the suit. Copy. 0.38. So please, what do you see on the counter for the injector? 3 minutes. Copy. All right. MRM2 pressure is 200. 0.38 is for EV.
Two cosmonauts are reporting on pressure readings inside the Poisk module airlock, which is being depressurized down to vacuum in a multi-step fashion. Artemyev is wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes as EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1, about to begin the 4th spacewalk of his career. Matveev, a first-time space flyer, embarking on the first spacewalk of several that he will be conducting with Artemyev in the conduct of the outfitting and activation of the European Robotic Arm. Matveev will wear the Orlan suit with the blue stripes as EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2.
To the left. Shift to the left. Okay. So, what does the timer say? 127 seconds. 038, the pressure is in the spacesuit. Copy. All right, so when the timer starts the direct countdown, so please switch off both switches. So the module pressure is 100 and 038 is in the spacesuit, so the direct countdown has started. Copy. And the LEDs are not illuminated. No. So the module pressure is 90 and spacesuit 037. Okay, so you will have to shift the switches to the spacesuits unintelligible, but before that, you will receive the message. Copy. Okay, so on the PSS panel, the O2 Open EVA message, did you acknowledge the message?
The view of the Poisk module in which Artemyev and Matveev are suited up in the process of depressurizing the airlock that will lead to the opening of the hatch that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
What valve?
The first for Expedition 67, the fourth out of the International Space Station this year.
Come again. Injector is deactivated? Yes, I confirm. It is deactivated. 60 is the module pressure. Copy. 037 is in millimeters in the spacesuit. Copy. Copy. Sounds good. Five zero is in the module. Copy. And Oleg, stand by for the message. This module pressure is 4545. So stand by for the message that it is in the O2 Open EVA position. And I have not received this message yet. I have the message. BSS O2 Open EVA. 35 millimeters. 37 millimeters. Copy. Okay, so once there is 20 millimeters, then you will switch the BSS O2 Open EVA. Copy. So when we reach 20 millimeters, then we will put the switch in that position. Copy. The module pressure is 27 millimeters. 036 millimeters is in the spacesuit. 036 for EV2. EV2 operator, copy. 25. 25. The mark was passed. Copy. 20 millimeters, so put it in the O2 position. And at 12 millimeters, we will close the KSD depress valve. Copy. Yes, so first that valve KSD, and then another valve KSD SO also should be closed at 12 millimeters. Copy. So far we have 18 millimeters. Unintelligible. Okay, this is Sergey. I'm performing the loading of the database. What is the pressure on MV? It is 13 millimeters now. Copy. Now we have reached 12. I am closing KSD2 valve. It is closed, and now KSD-SOR interface is also closed. 0.37 millimeters is the spacesuit pressure. Copy. Now you will have to perform MRM2 final leak check. Copy. So the next cue card will be 7. Number 7 is Orlan transition to autonomous power. So you put it on 6, and when the cooling down starts, you perform the cue card number 7. So you will disconnect the umbilical, and you monitor that the pressure in the tanks
is nominal, and then you will stand by for 5 minutes. It is 10, okay? 10, copy. How much time has passed already? 4 minutes. Sounds good. Copy. Denis, when in 1 minute you will again look at the MV, please do it carefully, okay? Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, the depressurization of the Poisk airlock. You're looking at the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. That depressurization is complete. We're standing by for a variety of different systems checks for Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev before they are declared ready to roll with the opening of the hatch to the airlock that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. This will be the 4th spacewalk for Oleg Artemyev, the first for Denis Matveev, who launched together along with their intravehicular crew member, Sergei Korsakov, on a Russian Soyuz vehicle, the MS-21. That launch occurring some 3 weeks ago.
Valve, the thermal conditioning valve to 6th position, yes. And please stand by for my go to continue, okay? Standing by. And it's the cooler dryer is in position 6. Now it's a go to perform Q card 7 or land transition to autonomous power. Okay, so we're deactivating the pump, the fan. And activate the backup pump and backup fan. Copy. In work. And the transmitter unintelligible. So the power switch should be in autonomous position. So now the EV1 is on autonomous power, and the time 14:44 to be more exact. EV2 also transitioned at the same time. Copy.
And Oleg Artemyev confirming that both he and Matveev have switched their Orlan spacesuits to battery power For a U.S.-based spacewalk, that would mark the official start of a spacewalk, but for the Russians, it is marked from hatch open to hatch close.
Mode is being deactivated right now. Yes, the LED is not illuminated now. And so the electrical umbilical is demated from Orlan. Yes, and please cover Orlan electrical connector with MLI. So we will cover it and we will stow it now. EV1 demated the electrical umbilical. Copy. And what about electrical connector? It should be covered with a...
And the two cosmonauts reporting good leak checks on their suits, so we are on the verge of them being given the green light to open the hatch.
Did you demate?
That will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. There are a number of spacewalks that lie ahead over the next several months to activate and operate the European Robotic Arm in its infantile state of operation at the International Space Station. This will include the next spacewalk, in which a number of launch locks will be released, and the arm itself will take some baby steps away from its respective grapple fixtures on both ends of the 37-foot-long arm. The arm will be used to transfer a radiator that is mounted on the multipurpose laboratory module to its fixture point, its final point of operation, to unfurl and be used for heat dissipation, and then also to move an airlock around from its stowed position on the Nauka module to its deployed position. That is where most of the Russian spacewalks will be mounted in the years ahead. Nauka having replaced the Pirs docking compartment when it was launched last July, and then added to it the Prishal node module, to which a Soyuz is currently docked. That is a multi-port docking node for a number of Russian vehicles that will be arriving at the International Space Station in the months and years ahead.
Copy. And what about fluid umbilical? It should be placed in its place location, correct?
So please
plug the fluid umbilical with caps and copy of a storage cap, and cover Orlan fluid umbilical controller with MLI flap in work. So fluid umbilical is covered with a storage cap for EV1. Copy. Now please cover Orlan fluid umbilical connector with MLI flap. Okay. EV1 has kept the fluid umbilical. Copy, Denis. Now, please cover Orlan fluid umbilical connector with flap. Yes, it is closed with MLI flap. Oleg, what about your connector? It is closed. Okay, so BSS MRM2 should be in position EV closed, O2 closed. Copy. For EV1 and for EV...
Two cosmonauts conducting leak checks as the International Space Station flies 261 statute miles over Canada to the southeast of Ontario. moving from southwest and northeast on this orbit of the Earth that is inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
So on the display, on the upper line, so what is the O2 pressure? 410 for EVA2 and 408 for EVA1. Copy. Sounds good. Now,
this view of the Poisk module, alongside of it is the Strela boom. Strela, the Russian word for arrow. This is a 50-foot-long telescoping boom that the cosmonauts and other spacewalkers in the past have used to basically maneuver to various work sites along the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
MV pressure reading, please, before we part. MRM2 pressure is 10 millimeters. Well, maybe 11, about 11 millimeters. Copy, Oleg, thank you.
In this orientation, in this view, the cosmonauts, once they emerge from the Poisk airlock, they'll move from the bottom of the Strela boom to the top of your screen, where they will begin to set up their tools, their tethers, and other equipment that they'll be using during the course of today's spacewalk.
So, Denis, now you will have to rotate a little bit.
Denis, добрый день. Это Сергей, я на связи.
Oh, Oleg, Denis, this is Sergey. I am greeting you. Hello, Sergey. We are happy to hear your voice.
Очень вас рад слышать. Надеюсь, мы все настроены.
I hope everything is nominal with you. And you're in good mood. Yes, that's the most important thing, to be ready for work. Okay, so we are standing by for your commands and goes. Now, please check that all the hardware is secured and the tools are secured as well. We are checking that everything is secured.
Так, Денис, посмотрел, да? Да, crew look back.
Crew look back is secured by 2 points, and the long hook is secured to the handrail, and the short one also is secured. Copy.
Так. Сейчас, и я тоже сейчас посмотрю.
Okay, let me check as well. This is EV1.
Залетел, да. Сейчас мы его расправим.
Okay, I will strengthen this out.
Денис, Олег, у нас сейчас прогнозируется прерывание связи минут на 5-7.
Oleg, we will have a 5-minute LOS
Устойчивой связи.
soon.
Немного подождем,
So
как мы пройдем эту зону, и
let us wait until the comm is reliable, and then I will give you go to proceed. And in the meantime, please prepare the hatch tool, to work with it and check all the tethers and all the hardware. All right, sounds good. So please stand by after the LOS, we will give you a go. Copy.
Так, ну что? Так, люк здесь.
Now let's see.
Денис, ну, пока связь есть.
Check the hatch. So, Denis, while we have comm, let's continue.
Аварийных винтов.
So look at the 4 emergency boats and check them.
Два до упора открыты.
Emergency valves. So 2
Я хочу перед этим.
are open, and I actually checked them before the depress.
4 винта у нас открыты, правильно?
So all 4 are open, correct? Yes, that's correct.
Да.
Принято.
Copy.
Контролируем ручки на осях поворота крышки с положения закрытым.
So the handles on
Ручки смотрят друг на друга.
the covers should be in the position closed, and they should be directed towards each other.
Они под этой FT дальше.
They are covered with MLI, actually.
Да, вот так. Да, в одной плоскости.
They should be, they are the same plane, and they are directed towards each other. Yes, I'm checking.
Утверждаете, ручки смотрят, все хорошо, правильно?
So everything is nominal with the handles. Do you confirm? Yes, they are directed toward each other, and there are arrows that are pointing in that direction. Copy. Now let's continue. So we will, the comm might break any time, but let's continue in the meantime. So should we start opening? All right. So the adjustable tether. Yes, yes, I have the tether. It is behind you. I think maybe you should disconnect it for me. All right, will do. Here you go.
И подняла. Ага. Все.
And in such a manner, so
Ну, тогда начинаем.
don't hurry up. Okay, now let us start the opening of the EVA hatch. So use the hatch tool, and please make sure that all the rollers are moving in the right direction along the guidelines.
Открыто это у нас.
Okay, Denis, how are we doing?
То есть, а вот этот чехол-то надо было. Да.
So this cover should have been. Yes, that's correct. Stand by, Denis.
Стой, за эту сейчас. Подожди.
Stand by.
Так, я его застрахую.
Let me secure it here.
With the depressurization of the Poisk airlock and other systems checks out of the way, Artemyev and Matveev about to open up the hatch to the Poisk module to mark the start of today's spacewalk.
I'm not doing anything. Copy.
Так, передавай мне опять карабин.
So go ahead and hand over the hook to me. There it goes. Stand by.
Ага. Так, передавай мне опять карабин.
So go ahead and hand over the hook to me. There it goes.
Денис, как там ситуация по поводу люка? Удалось?
Oleg, Denis, how is it going with the hatch? Have you been able to open it? Or it's in the process of being opened. And we're coming up on a loss of signal. So that's why I'm dropping out. So the rollers are out, and I'm ready to now start using the hatch tool, the pusher. Okay, so make sure that you pull the handle towards yourself to hard stop and hold it there until the pressure drops. All right, it's in work. Is it going down? Yes. Okay, that's great. You see, the vacuum cleaner is working. And we're getting close to zero. Go ahead and start opening the hatch. Did the pressure drop? Yes. The hatch is open. EV hatch is open. And now remove the hooks from the tethers and secure it on the ring. Yes, it is already done. Go ahead and take the ring. Stand by. Okay, I'm holding the ring.
And with that call, the 249th spacewalk in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades officially underway at 10:01 a.m. Central Time, 11:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Artemyev and Matveev now in the midst of the first spacewalk of several that they will conduct in support of the European Robotic Arm's activation and operation. The start time, 10:01 a.m. Central, 11:01 a.m. Eastern Time.
About to start installing the protective ring. Yes, go ahead and install the protective ring. Please retrieve the protective ring from its storage location. Yes, we have done that already. You see, there they are. Yes, I can see it now. So take a look. It should be mark should be on the other side. Can you see it? Yes. So let's give it a try. Okay. Okay. Let me pull it some. All right. So the protective ring is now installed and secured.
And the first task having been completed quickly, Artemyev and Matveev installing a protective ring around the hatch to the Poisk airlock. This designed to ensure that no impacts from any micrometeoroid debris particles impinge on the integrity of the airlock seal.
I can see the long test.
Matveev will be the first to leave the Poisk airlock. Again, he'll be wearing the suit with the blue stripes, helmet camera number 20. Artemyev will follow, wearing the suit with the red stripes, helmet camera number 16.
Let me check where, in what direction we should translate. Okay, so I have installed the short one on the outside. And let me get the long one. Oleg, Denis. Protective ring has been installed and secured, and Denis is halfway outside already. Oleg, Denis, how copy? Yes, we copy you loud and clear. We noticed that something came out of the hatch. Did you see what it was? It was a piece of Velcro and a piece of rubber from... Well, it wasn't holding anything. It was just sitting there somewhere. go ahead and turn on the sublimator. Yes, it is indeed getting hot. Oleg, did you install the ring? Yes, just to repeat, the ring has been installed and Denis is halfway outside. We're standing by for the sublimator activation.
Олег.
Did you copy?
Да.
Oleg, yes, go ahead. Oleg, how is the temperature in your suit? Well, it's quite warm. I guess we need to turn on the sublimator. Yes, go ahead and turn it on first. Okay?
Так, включил сублиматор.
The sublimator is on. And put it on 3 to begin with.
Поставил.
Okay, it is set on 3. Okay, so let's just wait now, and please report when you feel that it has begun cooling down. Yes, we'll do. Denis, yes, go ahead.
Ты уже на выходном устройстве, да?
Denis, I'm half way out of the EVA hatch, and I'm standing by for your go to turn on the sublimator. Yes, your go, and you can also set it to 3.
Хорошо. Мы тебя всегда хорошо слышим.
Okay, you said 3. Sublimators are on. And now we will start translating towards the operator post. Copy.
Flying over western Algeria from northwest to southeast. A view of Denis Matveev outside of the Poisk module, beginning the first spacewalk of his career, less than a month after arriving at the International Space Station, along with Oleg Artemyev, who will be joining him outside momentarily, and Sergei Korsakov, who is inside, who helped the 2 cosmonauts suit up today.
Very reliably, and it is locked with 2 locks. So it's all well and good. Excellent.
Хорошо.
Artemyev will be passing a crew lock bag to Matveev, in which is the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk control panel device that the 2 crew members will spend a considerable amount of time today installing and checking out. In the first step on the road to activating and beginning the maneuvering of the European Robotic Arm, its first motion expected during the next spacewalk by these 2 cosmonauts on April 28th.
Hand you the, I guess, the control unit. Denis, you need to move closer to the operator post, because Oleg will start translating there as well. Okay, sounds good. Denis, you need to move in the opposite direction towards the operator post, towards the throw boom. Just move up. Denis, let's pause for now and make sure that you have time to adapt. All right, I'm ready now. So now you are in the correct position. Stop. Give yourself some time to adapt. We are seeing you through the cameras. And make sure that you are translating slowly and move about slowly to save yourself some energy. Okay. And Oleg, you can start setting up Orbital. It is already outside. I have already taken it out. Excellent. So give yourself some time to adapt to the environment, and we'll take it from there. Okay, sounds good. Oleg, inaudible. Say again? What came out through the hatch just now? I wasn't looking there. I'm monitoring the control unit now, but nothing serious, I guess. Because we have everything we need, and nothing for now has floated away. Denis, how are you? Great. Are you hot? Denis, have you adapted to the environment? We are taking out the EMMI. And the control panel is now outside of the hatchway.
And Oleg Artemyev now outside of the Poisk airlock, having joined Matveev, along with the crew lock bag in which are tools, other equipment to support today's spacewalk, and most importantly, the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk control panel box.
And make sure that you take out the PRM adapter. All right, sounds good. Denis, where are you? I'm here. All right. And your equipment tether is now secured. Yes, it is secured. Both are secured.
And you can see right behind the Strela boom, the rectangular box that Matveev is holding. That is the enclosure for the control panel box for the European Robotic Arm that will be mounted and installed and hooked up to electrical cables and data cables on the outside of the multipurpose laboratory module later in today's spacewalk.
It is all secured well. Copy? Excellent. Okay, so I will now start translating and moving the PRM adapter. Okay. Let's move it closer. And also, guys, make sure that you visually build the path, the translation path that you're going to use. Okay. Denis, you will be near the operator post until Oleg is finished taking everything out. Denis, please do not move away. Please wait for me. All right, I'm standing by now. So Denis, take this time to adapt to the environment while Oleg is working with the PRM adapter. So how does it feel? How do you feel? Can you share? Well, it's interesting.
Так, у меня высокая температура газа велика. Это, наверное, гению интересно.
So I guess it's just the temperature that's
Да, слышали.
high. We didn't. We did not copy Oleg, but I think that it is already cooling down.
Да, температура газа просто
Yes,
там есть такой критерий, что
gas
пониже должна
temperature. Indeed, there is such a criterion, and it should be lower at this point, but we'll keep monitoring.
The International Space Station flying over Western Africa at an altitude of 261 statute miles. On the left side of your screen is the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo vehicle.
Ну, в принципе, по телеметрии температура.
Overall,
in the middle is the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, and on the right is the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, atop which is the bulbous Prishal node module, and docked to it, the Soyuz MS-21 that transported Oleg Artemyev, Denis Matveev, and Sergei Korsakov to the International Space Station about a month ago.
Regulator, it should be in the central position and set to 3. Also, you can both activate automated thermal control system. All right, activating ICER automated thermal control system. Mine is also on copy.
Ой, эх ты. Выскакивают откуда-то, из-под панелей.
They're coming out from underneath the panels.
Так.
Okay.
Это резинка из-под панелей.
What just came out? It's a rubber seal that came out from underneath the panel, and I did see that.
Так, ну все, я... Все, адаптер ПРМ поближе.
So what about the adapter? PRM adapter is a bit closer now, and I secured it to make sure it doesn't float away.
Все, все. И все. Будем выходить. Все, будем выходить.
We'll start moving now. Yes, you can start translating now. It's beautiful out here.
Закрываю. Так, свет надо выключить.
Okay, I need to turn this off. We don't need it.
Так, карабин постоянной длины у меня наружу.
The fixed length tether hook is outside. And adjustable is also outside, so both tethers are outside now. And when should we turn on the camera or something else? Well, since you're out now, you can go ahead and turn on the cameras. I got tangled up somehow. Okay, stand by. My camera is on. Okay. But I can I can't see it now. Maybe Oleg can check it out later. Do not turn on the camera yet. Do not turn on the cameras yet.
Oleg, Denis.
Oleg, Denis. You can put the temperature regulator handle to 0. For both of you, please put it to 0. EV2 is at 0. Copy. Now you're going to turn on the cameras. Activating the cameras now. Okay. My sublimator is now at 0. I mean the heat exchanger handle. Copy. EV2 confirms that 2 camera LEDs are illuminated. Oleg, yes, go ahead. Big one is below, and the small one is not able. I just can't see it here. Are they illuminated? Yes, so both cameras are on. Is that correct? Yes, cameras for EV1 and EV2 are on. All right, so start securing the equipment, and please secure crew lock bags on your tethers. The oxygen flow rate is 80, inaudible. Gena, go ahead. Isn't there anything in the way or not? There's a short tether here. Okay, here it is. And you can also secure EMMI on your short tether as well.
This view from a balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. We are 23 minutes into today's spacewalk by Artemyev and Matveev. Artemyev still passing equipment out of the Poisk airlock to Matveev as they stage all of their equipment, including the enclosure box in which the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk control panel is located. That is the focus of attention in the early portion of today's spacewalk, in which the 2 cosmonauts will attach and hook up that critical control panel to a base point an operating point on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. They will use the Strela boom to make their way from the Poisk airlock all the way up to Nauka, which will be their workstation for the entire spacewalk today.
The tether with the large hook is installed, is secured on the suit tether, and then the other one is now secured on swing arm. Will it work? Yes. And Oleg, install the EMMI equipment tether on your tether. Yes, I can see it. It's right here. And also make sure that you check the adapter on the outside. Yes, I can see it now. And the wing nut is also tightened. And Oleg, inaudible, please monitor the EMMI position. Yes, I'm holding it.
And a view of Oleg Artemyev wearing the suit with the red stripes outside of the Poisk airlock at the early portion of his fourth spacewalk of his career. The two cosmonauts will soon make their way up that Strela boom that you see between them to the workstation, the worksite on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module that arrived at the International Space Station with the European Robotic Arm last July.
Tether hook is now secured on the fixed length tether. Copy, and EV2 confirms the same config. Copy. Copy, Oleg. And Denis, are you holding it? Do you have it? Yes, I do. And if you're ready, please start moving towards the STU. So start moving towards the MLM on STU. Oleg and Denis, just heads up, we're coming up on an eclipse in about 2 to 3 minutes. Yes, and my adjustable length tether is secured on the ring. Copy. And what about the ring? The ring is on the tether. Okay, that's good.
This is Mission Control Houston. As is often the case with the Russian spacewalk, the start time of today's spacewalk has been slightly adjusted. The official start time that we've just received from Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center, now 10 a.m. Central Time straight up. 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So we are coming up on the 29-minute mark in today's spacewalk.
For about 5 minutes or so. So just continue translation towards the MRM. Copy. Okay, move closer. And I'm just gonna hang here for now to make sure that it works for you.
Oleg, Denis.
Oleg, Denis. Go ahead, Moscow. While you're in eclipse, you have a go to turn on Orlan or U.S. lights for better illumination. Well, thank you, Moscow, for that.
The two cosmonauts about to turn on their helmet cameras and then begin to make their way up the Strela to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module now that they've collected all of their equipment, including the European Robotic Arm control panel box that will be installed on a equipment point, a base point on the multipurpose laboratory module, and hooked up electrically with data cables and electrical cables so that the Russian flight controllers can conduct a systems check and a health check of that new equipment. Again, the start time of today's spacewalk slightly adjusted. We are now officially marking the start time with hatch open at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
There you go. Where are you? I'm right here. Don't push it. Don't push it. Okay. I've got the French hook. Stand by. And I have it attached to the ring. Great. And let me give you my small short tether. Are you? You've got the EMMI? Yes. Hold it. Holding it. And I have you secured to the ring. Now we need to open up the ring. Well, let's not forget about the lights. I turn them on then, meanwhile. Stand by. We need to take off this tether. And where do you want me? Leave it. Somewhere you have a place to secure it to. Oleg, this is Moscow. Denis, Oleg. Have you opened up that ring? Yes. We have it. Free. And now we are rolling. Okay, so you're moving on to MLM. Please do not forget to secure your safety tether to the ring. Denis, hold on. There you go. Denis has the EMMI. And I'm checking along and moving. Now, we need to round it out. Hold on, don't move. Guys, be careful about the PHO. There is a target there, so please be aware. Denis, stand by. I'm not seeing it. No rush. I'm standing.
Artemyev and Matveev now making their way up the Strela boom, the 50-foot-long telescoping boom that is used as a translation path for cosmonauts conducting spacewalks out of the International Space Station's Russian segment. They will arrive at the work site on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module shortly, and will begin to set up all of their gear at that work site for the temporary stowage of the European Robotic Arm control panel box prior to its installation onto the surface of Nauka.
Wow. We're kind of far. Now, move up a little bit. Hold on. Why do I don't need to go all the way up? And that very top is pretty far away. Okay, guys, we've got the video back. When you get to the Strela, boom. And we see that you are almost at MLM. Yes, we're almost there. We're almost there, and we are receiving video from your cameras. Right, and we have the lights on.
And the first view from the helmet camera of Oleg Artemyev, who soon will become the commander of the International Space Station. The day prior to the Crew 3 undocking, he'll be taking over command of the station from NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn.
You need to unsecure the tether from the crew lock bag and secure it to the MLM handrail. Well, I'm thinking that first we need to kind of dock here. Right, of course. You need to stop till full stop and then secure the tether. Right. So I am secured with one tether to the MLM module. It's blinking here. We should probably secure it in some other way. Hold on. Hold the EMMI. Oleg, if you have the time available, let's think how we can secure it better. And now, please continue moving. We are on the same page. I'm not saying anything here. I'm just securing the crew lock bag a little bit better so that I can take the adjustable tether. Copy, Oleg. There, Denis, I'm here. Hold this ring here, and we're securing it with to the handrail. Okay, let me hook it right here. Now we've got it all secure. And I'm thinking, should I leave it here or to the handrail over there, or should we stick to just one handrail? Well, just make sure that the ring doesn't slide. Okay, we have the ring secured. Perfect, Oleg. Okay, we got one less thing to worry about. And now we'll continue moving. All right, our legs are going to be in that direction. Understood. We are at handrail 4100. Okay, can you unhook my French hook? Thank you. A big thank you. Now, let me secure it a little bit further, and I'll come back to you. There we go. We see it, guys. Okay, it's a little bit like it got a little bit tangled up here. So I am switching the ring to over here. There. Let me move a little bit further. Now look, it's tangled to this little thingy here. There. And that's really convenient with 0G. Do you have the EMMI? Here's the EMMI. Slow. Okay, that's let me see. Okay, could you hold the EMMI for now? Got it. Thank you. Unintelligible. And we'll hook it right here. Hold, hold. Okay, I'm holding it, and you start translating. So, Oleg, both of you are on MLM right now. Is that correct? No. I am currently handling the EMMI, and Denis is switching to the handrails. And once he's there, he will be able to take over, and I will translate as well. Go ahead. And Oleg, please don't forget about the safety, and that you need to be secured. Okay. No. Hold the EMMI. Got it. Hold on. And let's move it a little bit further. And let's use this little handrail. Teeny. There. Okay, I got it. And let's switch the hook to here. Okay, so Oleg, you are you are on MLM and you are ready to translate. Yes, we're taking it slow and steady. I am on 4103 and Denis is 4101. That's where he's secured. Copy. You got the EMMI? I got it.
Denis, как твои ощущения?
Denis, Oleg, how are you?
Денис, у тебя оба светильника работают?
Denis, could you check that you have both lights on? Denis, please check that you've got both lights on. All right, we only have one light for U.S. lights on. I only have the right one. And I have the Russian light, the Orlan lights on. Is it enough light for you, or do you want to take a break and make sure that all of the lights are working? Oleg, would you be able to assist Denis? Of course I will be. No, don't worry. I'm fine. So, do you need more light, Denis? I'm fine. Why do you...
This is Mission Control Houston, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk that began at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. The two cosmonauts, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev, are at the work site along the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module that arrived at the International Space Station last July.
Fine with the lightning, please continue.
Artemyev, currently at the top of your screen, is currently holding the European Robotic Arm control panel box that will be installed and tested today during the spacewalk. This is the 249th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, as well as upgrades.
AC system, and the temperature is very, very comfortable and really good temperature controls. How for you, Denis? We're glad. I'm going to 4107 and I'm monitoring the EMMI. Denis is here. He is handing me the kit over and will continue to translate. Copy. Hold on. There is it's a little tricky here. Be careful, don't touch the antenna with your head. Okay, I am one more flight down, so to say, a section. All right, 4110. And we copy, Oleg. And 4109. That's where I am. I am here next to Betel 3, Aero Base Point 3. Oleg, be mindful how much you are spending the battery. I'm 4111 and 4112, and I'm monitoring the whole process. Okay, I got it. The EMMI. Now here, be careful. This path here is pretty challenging, so mind the tethers. How goes it? Not bad. Right there, this one. And we can just move there straight away.
This is Mission Control Houston, a good view up the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Did you leave it?
Artemyev in the red stripes at the top of the two cosmonauts, Matveev at the bottom.
There we go.
They're holding the European Robotic Arm control panel, and you can see
all right. Hold this.
Two of the base points, as they're called. This is where thermal covers are currently covering grapple fixtures to which the European Robotic Arm ultimately will be affixed to during the next spacewalk when it begins its first motion away from its stowed position on the multipurpose laboratory module.
Lightning.
At the very top of your screen is the Prishal node module that arrived at the International Space Station last November. And out of the field of view, but docked to Prishal, is the Soyuz MS-21 that transported Artemyev, Matveev, and Sergei Korsakov to the station about a month ago.
Take it over from you.
Денис, пока Олег делает...
Denis, while Oleg is translating,
БТЛ стоит.
please
Там...
check that you should have a BTL there and it needs to be secured. Yes, there is this like a bow tie that's securing it, so I can just untie it if need be. Copy. Okay.
Денис, осторожно.
Let's deal with that later. Also, guys, be careful, solar arrays.
Да, хорошо, не обращаем внимания.
Yeah, we'll deal with the BTL later. Yeah, agreed. Now, I've got the EMMI 4114 and 4559, and we are at UFP payload interface 2. And we are almost at the pressurized adapter. And Denis is translating, and I am monitoring the EMMI kit.
The reference that you're hearing through the interpreter to EMMI is the acronym that is attached to the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk control panel. They will soon be installing that on a tray adapter along a handrail on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module as the two cosmonauts work in tandem, approaching the 1 hour mark into today's spacewalk.
Over the EMMI to him. There we go. Oh, and here are the thrusters. Pretty clean. Guys, try and not touch them. No contact with any of the thrusters. We'll do our best. But it's so tempting. Okay. Now, I'm at 4400, 4562, and 4562. And give me the EMMI. Hold on. Let me get it from you. Now, I've got it. And I'm translating. Sounds good. 4400, and it's going to be strut number 3. And the thrusters are so shiny and like so tempting to touch them. So we are near support 3. Okay, Denis, turn your legs back, turn your feet back, and move over to me head first. Wow, that's beautiful. Denis, be mindful of the thrusters. Oleg just told us that there is some lubricating oil on them. Okay, so Denis is secured to 4561, and I'm on 4562 handrail secured. Now, please take this Olympic torch from me. The EMMI. There we go. Slow and steady makes it. 4564. 4401 is a no-go handrail. Yes, and just be careful. Mask is unintelligible. Okay. Oleg. All right, I'm at this handrail at 4401. Denis, maybe it's best if you switch to S-beta. So ahead of Oleg. No, hold on, and don't let the EMMI go. And don't leave. Okay. Sergey, which tether do we leave? Do we leave the adjustable tether red or just the red? You leave a safety tether on handrail 4401. So 2 locks that are securing the cover, the top of the cover. Okay. All right, let's turn it towards me. And where is the handrail? Okay, we're getting to the handrail. Here is the handrail. Hold it. Stop. Turn it in such a way that both locks of the top of the cover are towards PHO. Copy, Moscow. So let's switch to 4400 meanwhile. We will have time to orient it as you are telling us, but let's figure it out what we are doing with the tray adapter for now, like do what we need. Okay, you've got it? I got it. Hold it. Oleg, Denis. So there is about 5 minutes left in the eclipse, and then you will be in the sunrise. Now hold it. And we need to switch the point where we are secured, where we have it secured. Okay. There. Okay, and now the tray adapter, and the tray adapter is secured. Okay. Oleg, you have it secured, right? Of course. We have the EMMI secured to 4401. And now we are looking for something to secure the... So you are ready to start working with the tray adapter? We are getting ready. Copy. We're getting ready to work with the tray adapter.
Coming up on the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk, Artemyev and Matveev about to install a tray adapter on a fixture outside of the multipurpose laboratory module, upon which the European Robotic Arm control panel will be installed, and electrical and data cables will be hooked up to that control panel for the initial testing of its operability by Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center.
Так, адаптер поддона с поручня снят.
So the adapter, tray adapter is removed from the handrail. Copy, Oleg.
И устанавливая его на поручень 4401.
Please install it on the handrail.
Фал
4401.
То есть у тебя фал должен быть между кронштейном поручня.
And the equipment tether should be between the adapter and the bracket.
А без разницы, куда барашком?
So what about the wing nut?
Какую, в сторону какой?
In what direction
Сориентируй так, чтобы
it should
было
be
удобно с ним работать.
oriented? You know, it is actually at your discretion, Oleg, so that it is convenient for you to work with it, with this wing nut. Okay?
Олег, снимать будете вы в 54-м. Вот. И шарик должен смотреть на тебя.
You will remove it, and the
Шарик смотрит на меня.
all
Так, его...
the pin should be directed at you. Okay.
Олег, причем трещоткой его нужно
And
протянуть.
should I use the ratchet wrench here? Yes, you should tighten it. A few rotations with the ratchet wrench.
Я понял.
I copy.
Сейчас даю ключ в трещотку.
So I am retrieving the ratchet wrench.
Денис, а ты пока попробуй.
Denis, and in the meantime,
Нет, все хорошо, Денис. Мы сначала...
no, you don't have to do anything, Denis. Disregard.
Выходы из тени, у нас осталась минута.
Okay, just 1 minute before the sunrise. So I am removing the ratchet wrench. It is removed. Copy, Oleg.
Олег, и не забудь забрать РЭД, который страховал адаптер поддона к...
Oleg, don't forget to retrieve also the red tether that used to secure the tray adapter.
Just over an hour into today's spacewalk, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev. Artemyev on the bottom of the two cosmonauts in this view. Matveev just above him as they work to install a adapter tray upon which the European Robotic Arm control panel will be installed as the first major task of today's spacewalk, the first of several, perhaps up to a half a dozen or more, that will activate and operate the European Robotic Arm in the first phase of its activity to augment the Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese robotic arm that operate on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. This European robotic arm was launched on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The next spacewalk, 10 days from now on April 28th, will see these two cosmonauts releasing a number of launch locks and launch restraints and begin the process of monitoring the arm's first tentative steps away from its launch and stowed position to other base points upon which it will grapple on either end of two grapple fixtures. Basically the same concept as the Canadarm2 robotic arm with two end effectors that can grapple various grapple points along the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module to provide additional robotic capability to move people and payloads around the Russian segment of the complex. The station is about to enter an orbital sunrise over the Pacific Ocean, moving from southwest to northeast. The two spacewalkers, after a slight delay in getting out of the Poisk airlock, are right on the timeline of their activities from that point on.
That is pulling me here. Just a minute.
Так, сейчас. Кинулся к нему. И, оба.
Unintelligible.
Так, зафиксирован.
It is secured with a magnetic lock.
Вот так. Ну что,
Good.
теперь надо подключать.
Now we will connect it.
Давай.
Now, Oleg, you will have to move to SBT, a launch base point area, and unfold MLI, and then
Двигатели мы.
work with the connectors there.
Хорошая вещь. Так, свет можно отключить.
Okay, I guess we don't need the lights here. The light is off, OFF.
Так. Денис, освобождайте место.
Okay, I'm moving away to
Протиснешься?
give you space, Denis.
А вот так, давай.
Yes, just like that.
Пролезешь?
Will you be able to squeeze in,
Ногами, чтобы
Denis?
этот пульт
Please be careful with your feet
сильно сломать.
so that don't break the panel.
Угу. А, подожди, подожди.
Stand by.
Кладочка зацепилась.
So my kit is in the way here.
Все.
That's it. That's it. Now go ahead.
Ну вот, отличненько.
Here you go. Excellent.
Отлично, Олег, посмотрели. Имеет ли смысл выбрать следовую шоу с подтягом?
Oleg, so please check whether the adjustable tether should be used here. Stand by one. I will check.
Так, подтягом.
Adjustable tether,
А, чтобы он не крутился, да?
so that it does not move about. Yes, that's correct. And the hook
Да, да.
is secured to the handrail 4401. Maybe it will be best to secure it to a different handrail.
Так, а мы его будем забирать с собой.
So we will take it with us, correct? Or we will leave it there?
Оставите, мы когда в 54-м выходе сюда придем, у нас уже все будет для этого готово, чтобы мы пульт смогли переместить.
No, you will leave it there. Actually, both tethers should be left there, because during the EVA number 54, we will need those in order to move the panel. But it will be later on, much later. All right. So I am leaving these tethers in place.
В разъем Х2, но при этом сначала их нужно освободить. То есть они сейчас
So
находятся.
you will connect the connector H2, but first of all, you will have to release them, and there is a locking wire there that you will have to cut, because they are right now beneath the MLI cover. Unintelligible. Denis, you will have to translate to S-beta launch base point area.
А, их вот там.
Денис, ты ушел наверх, тебе надо было...
Denis, you are too far away. You are too far up. You will have to move.
Здесь, по-моему. Ну, а да.
Okay.
Я тебя освобождаю.
I am giving you... I'm moving in order to give you more space, Denis.
Начинаю потихонечку раскручивать кабель.
And I am unfolding the cable.
Вот этот чехол Denis, so this MLI flap should be moved upwards and so that you can see the H2 connectors there.
One hour, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. Matveev and Artemyev working at what is called the launch base point, where the European Robotic Arm was stowed during its launch, affixed to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module when it took off on a Proton M rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan last July. They're in the process of opening up thermal covers and the cover to the European Robotic Arm control panel box so that they can begin to hook up the first of several connectors that will provide electrical and data capability to the box for commanding from the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Korolyov. The commanding capability also is routed so that cosmonauts working inside the Russian segment of the station can maneuver that arm around once its outfitting is completed over the course of several spacewalks.
Unintelligible. So there are some two marks, yes, but also there should be a number 2. Please look at the other side. And on the opposite side, there is the barcode.
And the view you're seeing of Artemyev and Matveev working on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module is from a camcorder set up inside the Zvezda service module by cosmonaut Sergei Korsakov, who is acting as an intravehicular crew member supporting the spacewalk from inside the Russian segment of the station.
Yes, now I can see number 2. Copy, Denis. Now please get from Oleg the connector 510 and then mate it to the connector H2. Yes, I'm standing by for Oleg to give me this part of the cable. So just one wire, lock wire is left. I'm working with it. Copy, Oleg. So the cable is untied now. Copy. Oleg, a reminder. You are in the area of these thrusters, and please, under no circumstances, touch these thrusters. Denis, hold it. Don't pull it. Please now show me where are you going to connect it. Yes. Yeah, you will have to do it in such a way that it is routed properly and connected well. Maybe it should be rotated a little bit, moved around. Now I am holding it. Yes, that's great. That's exactly. Okay, sorry. I took it from you again. Now, you saw a wire tie here. Before you connect the cable, please make sure that all the markings are proper. Yes, the big contact is opposite the pip pin. Well, Denis, that's exactly the configuration that we need. All right, Denis, it's a go to mate the connectors. Oleg, in the meantime, you can start opening the MLI. You know, I think I should secure this wire tie beforehand so that cable does not move around a lot. Yes. You can do that, and after you are done with that, you can start opening the outer cover. So I secured it with a hook. Yes, Denis, you're doing everything correctly. I'm opening the outer cover. Unintelligible.
1 hour, 15 minutes into the spacewalk by Artemyev and Matveev. Artemyev at the bottom, Matveev at the top, as they are in the process of now opening the suitcase-like EMMI, that's the acronym for the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk Control Panel box that will be mounted on a tray adapter. They're in the process of installing on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Please make sure that
they'll be hooking up a number of connectors for both electrical and data capability that will be tested during the course of today's spacewalk with some preliminary commanding that will be provided by the Russian flight control team outside of Korolyov. At the very top of your screen is the Prashal node module, the 6 docking port bulbous module that arrived at the station and docked to Nauka last November, and upon which the Soyuz MS-21 spacecraft is currently docked. In just a few minutes, the media channel of NASA television, we're currently simulcasting on both the public and the media channel of NASA TV. The media channel is going to go down to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for today's arrival of the Crew 4.
Clock has started. Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Godspeed, John Glenn.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2-1-0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Station and everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
And welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at live pictures of NASA's Gulfstream 5 as it comes in to the hangar here at the Launch and Landing Facility, carrying 4 astronauts of Crew 4. These astronauts, it's a special moment and a big moment whenever the astronauts arrive. They departed Johnson Space Center this morning around 10:40 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And they landed just a few minutes ago, roughly 12:33 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And as the twin-engine Gulfstream 5 comes around, you can see we've got the area set up to welcome them. And we'll be getting some remarks from our 4 astronauts, Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti. It was just about a 3-hour flight from Houston. Smooth sailing the whole way, landing here at the runway where space shuttles used to routinely land. Fun fact for you, between 1984 and 2011, there were 78 space shuttles that landed here. And you can see the media and the press corps that are there to document the landing. We'll be hearing from the astronauts, but we'll also hear from leadership at NASA. Kathy Leaders, the Associate Administrator of NASA Space Operations, will make some remarks, as will Janet Petro, who is the Center Director here at Kennedy Space Center. And there's the door opening. The astronauts will be launching this Saturday early in the morning, 5:26 a.m. They will prepare in the overnight hours leading up to that launch. So they'll be doing some sleep shifting in the next few days, but also preparing for their flight, one that they've been preparing for the past 2 years. And there you see Kathy Leaders in the middle, Janet Petro to the right, Center Director. And on the left is Barbara Nucera. She is the liaison to the Gateway program at Johnson Space Center. And first off the plane is Kjell Lindgren, followed by Bob Hines, Samantha Cristoforetti, and Jessica Watkins. We'll get some opening remarks from our Center Director after greeting the astronauts on their roughly 3-hour flight here to Kennedy Space Center. Some fist bumps and elbow bumps all the way around. Astronauts, of course, will go into quarantine arriving here, so extra precaution is taken with them. Many astronauts arrived here over the years, especially on space shuttles. 78 in all between 1984 and 2011. It is a warm day here in Florida as they are greeted by NASA leadership. It's about 82 degrees outside, but it is very humid, about 85 when you throw in the 70% humidity. Our Kennedy weather forecaster is calling for showers tonight. We've got a system moving through the area. And it'll be wet, but then the week ahead is forecasted to be beautiful. Going to be in the mid 70s, low humidity. So the astronauts during their time here will certainly get to enjoy some of that fantastic Florida springtime weather. Astronauts making their way to the microphone.
Hey, well, good afternoon, and I want to thank everyone for joining us today at America's spaceport. You know, we really have some pretty exciting days here at the Kennedy Space Center, but today is even more exciting than normal because we know when we see this aircraft here, we know we're getting really close to launch day. So joining us here today to welcome the Crew 4 is somebody who knows the Kennedy Space Center well. For more than 7 years, she led the commercial crew program, launching American astronauts from American soil for the first time. And now, after 5 decades, she's going to be leading the agency as we take humans outside of low Earth orbit and explore even further. So please help me in welcoming Kathy Leaders.
Well, you didn't hear me telling them we're really excited to get you up there and get working. So we've got Joel and his team have a whole bunch of experiments ready for you guys to get done when you get up there. Like we talked at the Flight Readiness Review on Friday, though, we're going to do it carefully. And this is one big step, like Janet said, a very, very exciting step to see you here at KSC because it means we're getting ready to fly. So we're going to continue to step through it. I get lucky enough to be able to go see the vehicle tonight. So the vehicle is getting ready right now over in the hangar. And that'll be another good step. And then we all need to be praying for good weather for Axiom 1 return and good weather for Crew 4 launch. So I'm expecting everybody out there, and most in particularly you, to be like, we're going to be starting to pray to the weather gods out there and get us ready to go. But super excited to see you here. Very proud of the team that got you here. I'm very proud of you and expecting big things. Thank you. And I forgot Barbara Nucera, who is our ESA representative. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank our NASA and SpaceX partners and all the people that have been working around the clock to make us get to this point where we are ready to launch Crew 4. This mission has a special significance for us because it marks the 3rd consecutive launch of ESA astronauts on board the SpaceX Dragon, and it enables the continuous presence of Europeans on board the space station since last spring. In a few days following the launch, Matthias Maurer will take the torch that he received from Thomas Pesquet, and he will pass it to Samantha, and she will continue the work that the previous crew started, and together with our crewmates, we'll continue our space science program, which is very important to all of us because we we need to learn and expand our knowledge about space environment. But this particular flight is so special because for the first time in years since the shuttle was flying, we have two ESA crew meeting in space and handover. But while we are here today, it seems important to remind that we are facing fascinating times with changes, a new increased cadence of flights, and new destinations in front of us. Probably all of you saw the SLS rocket standing tall on the pad, getting ready for its flight. It carries the Orion capsule, but with it carries also the European Service Module, which is one of the building blocks of our space program, together with European provided elements for Gateway and Mars Sample Return. So we are very proud of this partnership, of the trust that we are able to build with one another since years. And the European Space Agency is looking forward to continue this collaboration with NASA, with the international partners, with the commercial partners. And we are ready to take a lead, a key position, and maintain our role as a prime partner for human space flight, not only in LEO, but also in beyond LEO towards Moon and Mars. But in order to do that, we have to leverage on the competencies and the relationship that we are developing today on ISS, and also bring that forward to the Moon. But as Katie said a few times, one step at a time. And so now today we are here to say thank you to this amazing crew. And we are looking forward to a successful launch this weekend, seeing you flying in space on the ISS, and maybe one day to the Moon, because we know that together we can reach new heights and do it sustainably. So thank you very much, and go Crew 4.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And now let's hear from our crew, and we'll start with the commander, Kjell Lindgren.
Thank you so much for the kind introductions. And boy, we are so excited to be here. Excited to be here with this crew, with this team, the flight crew and the team here at Kennedy Space Center, team all over the country with our international and commercial partners. Just so excited to be here. And what an amazing time to be a part of human spaceflight. As we were coming in for the landing, we had the opportunity to fly and take a look at the pad, and right next to our pad, the SLS rocket is sitting there. A Moon rocket is sitting there in preparation for its launch coming up here in the next couple of months. We just welcomed home Mark Vande Hei from a record-setting space station expedition. We're looking forward to getting the Axiom crew, a private astronaut crew, home, Crew 3, and we have a Boeing launch with OFT-2 coming up. So absolutely amazing to be in that mix and looking forward to our own launch. We've been training for many, many months, and we're seeing all those boxes getting checked off, and it's very exciting now to have this box checked off. We're here at Kennedy Space Center looking forward to our launch here in the very near future. So very grateful for this opportunity, grateful for the introduction, and we are ready to get to work. And to that end, let me introduce the rest of the crew. We've got Bob Farmer Hines, the pilot for Freedom. Got Jessica Waddy Watkins, one of the mission specialists for Freedom. And then I was Samantha's backup when we were on our previous flights, and so I'm just delighted to be on a crew with her. Samantha Cristoforetti from European Space Agency, one of the other mission specialists on Freedom. And I'll let Farmer say a few words.
Hey, thanks, Kjell, and thanks everybody for having us. Thanks for the wonderful welcome. Just like Kjell said, it is so exciting to be here. Kennedy Space Center obviously is the home of of our space program in the sense of, you know, all our launches, human launches have been coming out of here, and the history in this place is just amazing. My personal journey and associations with KSC go back to my Air Force days, doing tests around here. We would ask to do low approaches, or we'd love to do touch and goes on the shuttle landing facility, and they wouldn't let us get any closer than 500 feet. So to actually get out here and land on it and be delivered to KSC for our launch is really, truly special. My previous job, I was also a research pilot at NASA, and I got to work with all these fine folks out here, the maintainers and the air crew that delivered us. So it is truly an honor to have these guys deliver me here for my first space flight. And, you know, it's just an amazing thing to come full circle here, and really appreciate all the efforts that they bring to it, that KSC and all the people that, you know, across all the teams that really make this possible. So we're really excited to go fly. We're really excited to be here. This is our kind of our last step before we no kid and leave the planet. So we're really happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello. As Farmer and Chell have both mentioned, we're all super excited to be here, to be at KSC, and to really start off this journey that we're so excited to embark on. We're also, along with being excited, we're also just super grateful. We get to be the representatives, the kind of tip of the spear, if you will, of a just enormous team of people that we get to interact with and represent to the best of our abilities. And so we just want to thank everybody that has helped us arrive at this moment. Farmer already mentioned the air crew that literally flew us in here. We have the whole training team back at Johnson Space Center, as well as the SpaceX team that has been training us out in Hawthorne, getting us ready and prepared to do the job that we are going to do when we get up there. We are super grateful for our international partners, particularly the European Space Agency that has loaned us Samantha for a few months. We're super excited to have her on board. And we're just super grateful to the entire team, and it's been a privilege and an honor to watch the team come together to accomplish these difficult things, and to just to be able to embark on such an amazing mission. So thank you so much to everybody that's allowed us to get here. We're excited.
Hey, hello. Thanks for being here, for the opportunity to say a few remarks. I mean, this is getting real. It's 5 days to launch. We're going to space very soon, and it's very emotional for me that this final stretch to the launch pad has started with the landing here on this runway. For those guys, it's kind of normal. They do it all the time. But for me, I was like, as we were coming in, I'm like, I'm landing on the Space Shuttle landing facility, which for a girl like me who grew up in the 80s, I was a child in the 80s watching, you know, Space Shuttle, the initial Space Shuttle flights, those men and women going to space on a regular basis. That's what got me excited about space. So that was very special for me. I'd like to join my fantastic crewmates in expressing my deep sentiment of gratitude for all the NASA and SpaceX teams that have brought us to this point. But really, especially, I would also like to express my thanks to ESA, to my colleagues, to the teams at the European Space Agency for the opportunity of flying on this mission. And a big word of thank you also to my country, Italy. I'm an ESA astronaut of Italian nationality, and if I have this opportunity of flying to space in a few days, it's also thanks to the long-standing commitment of Italy to ESA and to the partnership with NASA. As it was mentioned today, not only through the missions to the ISS, but in the not-so-distant future, also with missions beyond low Earth orbit, we got this opportunity of watching SLS on the launch pad with Orion and the European service module standing on top of it. Really, really exciting to get to ISS and get down to work with this fantastic crew and the 3 cosmonauts who will be part of our expedition, who are our dear colleagues and friends who are waiting for us up there already. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we are going to get started with some Q&A for the crew, so we will pass it to the microphone for our first question. Thank you.
Well, welcome to the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Jim Siegel from NASA Tech. I'm curious about what any personal noteworthy items you may be planning to take up to the ISS with you.
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, space and weight are severely limited. So there are tiny little knickknacks, little mementos. Obviously, pictures of family are really, I think, popular for all of us. You know, not only are we going to this incredible place called space, but we're also leaving our families behind. And so just like my military deployments, that was a very precious thing that I would take along with me, are photos of my family. And then I also have a small little stuffed animal that is one of my daughter's you know, cherished little things that turns out to also be a turtle, which is my astronaut, mine and Jessica's astronaut class name. So we have a small little turtle that'll be coming along with us as well. So, but other than that, just, you know, photos are probably the big one. Photos that, you know, are of people that are important to us that we'll be able to put up in our crew quarters.
Fans community might remember that on my first space flight I had a replica of a uniform from a TV show called Star Trek Voyager. So I will just say that I may or may not have a replica of a costume from another science fiction show.
All right, folks, we'll take our next question.
Hi, Richard Trubu with the Orlando Sentinel. Thanks for taking my question. This is for Jessica. And you had mentioned that you were representative tip of the spear for this crew, and you have a job to do, but you're also a woman and a black woman. And I would like to know what that means to you for now, for what it means for NASA and space for the future, but also, did you have any challenges from childhood growing up, or what was your inspiration and challenges to get to this point? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, I think for me, I am just really honored to be a part of the long legacy of black astronauts and black women astronauts who came before me. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a small part in that towards an exciting future as well. I think we see such an exciting future of NASA as we talk about all of the different programs that we have in line, thinking about SLS being on the launch pad. It's just super exciting to think about that future. And certainly for me, growing up, having mentors and heroes of mine that were contributing in ways that I aspire to contribute, and in roles that I aspire to participate in. That was certainly meaningful to me, and so in so much as I am able to return the favor, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Hey, I'm Emily Speck with Fox Weather. My question has two parts. So for our veteran space explorers, what are you looking forward to experiencing here on Earth in your final days before launch? You know, some gravity-related moments. And then for our first-time space flyers, what are you most excited about once you get in orbit? Thank you.
I'll leave that one to you. So having had the opportunity to fly before, you know, I feel like getting to fly to space is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and to get to do it again is surreal and such a privilege, and very grateful for this opportunity. I have a sense that I know a little bit what to expect during the launch, but for me, getting to launch from here, from Kennedy Space Center, from a historic launch pad with an incredible legacy of exploration is very, very meaningful for me. Much like Samantha described, you know, I'm a huge fan of science fiction. I think my passion for spaceflight came from reading and watching science fiction movies, but it was really watching the space shuttle launch on April 12th in '81. Watching that, the teacher brought that television into our classroom, and getting to watch that launch really inspired me with this is something that you could actually do. So getting to be here in that pre-flight, getting to launch from here, and taking advantage of the beach. As you all are aware, we have some opportunity to spend time with our families, and we have the ability to do that on the beach. So getting to be on the beach and spend time with my family in the days leading up to launch is a very, very special thing.
that depend on gravity. I would count a shower among those. So just like I did last time, I plan to take a very long, luxurious shower on that last day before launch. Hi, Chris Gebhardt from NASA Spaceflight. Specifically for Samantha, I'm curious: are there any scientific experiments that are carrying over from the previous 2 European expeditions that have been ongoing for the last year that you'll be taking over? And then for you and for Jessica, what are the experiments you're looking forward to performing the most while you're up there? Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. Definitely, I would say probably the bulk of the scientific program will be a continuation of what is being going on. As I'm sure you're aware, science, especially when we talk about science that is like human physiology, so you're actually studying the human subject, you need a number of years to conclude those experiments because you need a certain number of subjects. So, for example, I am continuing an experiment that's called Nutris, which is about how certain ways of monitoring and maybe also intervening in the nutrition of astronauts on board can help in maintaining a healthy body mass and body fat versus muscle. I'm also continuing an experiment which is called acoustic diagnostics, which is more about the influence on the earring function, but that is also acquiring more and more a component that looks at the intracranial pressure, which is something that we have been looking at with a number of experiments over the years. So yeah, and of course many more. I don't think we have time to go into much more detail, so I will leave the floor to Wadi.
Yeah, I think Samantha gave a pretty good summary of some of the really interesting, exciting science that we're going to be doing on board. And I'll just add that for myself, as a geologist, that's my background, I'm super excited about the opportunity to just observe the Earth and kind of use the unique vantage point, the unique perspective that we can get from the ISS to be able to observe geologic features and processes from a different vantage point than we're able to using our other assets. So that's just something that's personally really exciting for me.
Wadi has no idea how annoying we're going to be. I think she's heard it many times now, but like honestly, during my last flight, it's so amazing to look out of the cupola, to look at the ground, to see the Earth, and constantly be wondering, like, how did that happen? And how did this happen? And so now we have our own crew geologists that we're going to be calling to the window constantly. I know she says that she's going to be happy to do it, but I think we're going to test her patience.
Good afternoon, Scott Heidler with WESH 2, and I guess this is best for pilot Bob Hines. Obviously, we've been talking about why and how this is such an exciting day, but I think overlaid on top of that is the fact that you're going to have a new capsule, aren't you? That's got to be pretty exciting, too, for a pilot, particularly.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an incredible honor, really. You know, SpaceX has done this really innovative thing of being able to reuse capsules. We have obviously did that for a long time with shuttle, but never with capsules, and so the reuse piece of that is really cool, really innovative, and enables a lot of things. But that also means that the opportunity to fly on a new vehicle is very small and very short-lived. So for our crew to have not only the opportunity to fly on a new vehicle, but to name the new vehicle is truly an honor. And so it was really special for us to find that out. We thought back when Chell and I were first assigned 15, 17 months ago, we knew there was a chance we might be on a new vehicle, and so we were kind of eyeballing that for a while. And we have gotten to watch this vehicle from its infancy all the way up to be, as I say, you know, a somewhat mature baby dragon now. And so it's been really special to see. It is truly an honor to be, you know, to get to pilot it and be part of this amazing crew that gets to fly on it for the first time.
Hi, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News, Orlando. You touched on it a little bit, but I'm curious, with so much activity and excitement around here, what it's like to be part of this era with so many space flights, so many launches going on right now.
It is. It's incredibly exciting. You know, for a long, in the years preceding the time that we're in now, you know, we did not have our own launch capability, and so to come back to Kennedy Space Center now with this opportunity to launch from a historic launch pad and to see all of the activity that's going on around here with our various commercial partners, of course, flying with SpaceX and having the privilege to fly on a new Crew Dragon, but to see all of the commercial launch providers that are busy at work, to see the SLS on the pad making its own preparations, and to be anticipating having another commercial provider docking with a space station during our flight. It is incredibly exciting to be a part of it, and incredibly exciting for our agency, for our country, and for all of our international partners. We are bending metal, we are doing tests, and we are flying these vehicles with our eyes on the moon and on Mars and beyond. So it's such a privilege to be a part of this team that is reaching for things just beyond our grasp.
Will Robinson Smith, Spectrum News 13. Thanks for taking our questions. Question for Bob and Jessica. Crew 3 began the turtle takeover on the station, and we're very excited for that. Considering that you're going to be able to do a direct handover with that crew, can you just talk about how exciting it is to join your classmates on board station, what you're going to look forward to talking about?
Chell and Samantha are whispering under their lips that it's nothing but trouble. But yeah, it is an awesome opportunity. Obviously, you know, our class has been particularly tight. We are all such good friends. We truly love each other. It's been an honor to kind of grow up as fellow turtles, and to have the opportunity to be in space with not just one other turtle, but there will be 4 of us up there, and there's even a chance that we overlap with another one of our classmates down the road. So it is just such an honor. I mean, we, like I said, our class is really tight, and so the chance for us to go up there and give those guys a big hug and you know, learn from them for a few days before they come home is pretty awesome. It's also a little bit daunting because they have some time to prepare for us to come up there, and I'm not really sure what kind of Easter eggs we'll be finding in our crew quarters once we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bob covered it all, but we are super excited to be able to learn from them. It's such a unique experience, this whole process of being selected together and then training together. Bob and I were actually in the same training group, so we've spent a lot of time together the past few years, and it's been such a unique experience in the sense that we all kind of learn from each other. We each have our own expertise, each have our own individual experiences and backgrounds that we bring to the table, and so to be able to all have that available and learn from each other in our different ways and in our different aspects is really rewarding. And so to get to do that on orbit with our turtle classmates on Crew 3 is just really exciting. All right, folks, that's going to be all the time that we have for today. A reminder to please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time for our virtual Crew News Conference. And please tune in on April 23rd for the Crew 4 launch, which is scheduled for 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time. And you can watch all of these events on nasa.gov, NASA TV, and NASA social media channels. I'm going to pass it back to Janet Petro for some closing remarks. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all again for coming out today to help us to welcome the crew here at the Kennedy Space Center. You heard how excited they are for launch. I can tell you how excited we are here at the historic Kennedy Space Center to be able to launch them. So we're praying for good weather. Go crew, go freedom. Thank you.
The final remarks given by Janet Petro there as we look on at Crew 4. From left to right, Chell Lindgren, Samantha Cristoforetti, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins. Take a few photos here before they head out to astronaut crew quarters, a historic place at the operations and checkout building here at the Kennedy Space Center. got a little construction going on there behind the crew. There's a lot of construction going on around here at the multi-use spaceport. The astronauts now will be heading to lunch after they finish taking pictures at the crew quarters, and then they've got a busy afternoon full of briefings as they get ready for the next big event for them, which is on Tuesday overnight, and that is called dry dress. Those 4 astronauts will essentially carry out the operations on launch day as a rehearsal. And that's going to do it for us here at the Kennedy Space Center. Thanks for joining us. Again, another reminder, this Saturday at 1:45 a.m. we will start our coverage of the launch of Crew 4 heading to a 5:26 a.m. liftoff. We hope to see you there, and have a great afternoon.
Reflecting on a record-setting spaceflight, an update on pre-launch activities for Artemis 1, and launching the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei is safely back on Earth following his record-setting 355-day mission aboard the International Space Station, the longest single spaceflight in history by an American astronaut. Our Johnson Space Center hosted a virtual news conference on April 5th, during which Vande Hei reflected on his mission.
It was not about any record for me at all. It's just the opportunity to work with a really good sense of purpose in a job where we get to help out all of humanity. The number of days was not that important to me, and I think that helped me react to whether it was going to be comfortable with it being either a shorter mission or a longer mission like it turned out to be.
Data from Vande Hei's mission will help us prepare for the effects of long-duration spaceflight on the human body as we continue our plans to return astronauts to the moon under the Artemis program in preparation for eventual human missions to Mars. As of April 5th, teams at our Kennedy Space Center were preparing for the next attempt at the Artemis 1 wet dress rehearsal test with our Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft, pending range availability and restoration of propellants and gases during the test. Engineers did accomplish several test objectives during 2 previous test runs that will help prepare teams and the integrated systems for launch. This wet dress rehearsal marks the first use of new systems at Kennedy's Launch Complex 39B and is the last major test before the uncrewed Artemis 1 launch. On April 8th, the crew of Axiom Mission 1, or AX-1, the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, lifted off aboard a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft from our Kennedy Space Center. During the 10-day mission, the AX-1 crew will spend 8 days on the space station conducting scientific research, outreach, and commercial activities. The mission represents both a culmination of NASA's efforts to foster a commercial market in low Earth orbit and a beginning of a new era of space exploration that enables more people to fly on more kinds of missions. Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin engineers recently conducted a final hot-fire test in Promontory, Utah, of the abort motor built for the launch abort system on NASA's Orion spacecraft, qualifying the system for missions with crew beginning with Artemis II. In the event of an emergency on the launch pad or during ascent, the launch abort system is designed to safely lift Orion and its crew away from the launch vehicle. NASA was well represented at the Space Foundation's 37th Space Symposium April 5th through 7th in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Our Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy gave a speech highlighting our Moon to Mars strategy. There was also a panel discussion about our Artemis program working with industry partners to help build the space economy. Meanwhile, the team for our OSIRIS-REx asteroid sample return mission received the 2022 John L. Jack Swigert Jr. Award for Space Exploration in recognition of the mission's extraordinary accomplishments in space exploration and discoveries made at asteroid Bennu. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/twan.
Outside of Moscow at the 2-hour 18-minute mark in today's spacewalk, the International Space Station flying to the south of Australia from southwest to northeast.
And once you recover,
the European Robotic Arm control panel box has been successfully installed and checked out. The 2 cosmonauts will be moving on to the next series of tasks, which is the installation of 3 handrails on the arm itself. The European Robotic Arm is 37 feet long. It is essentially folded in place on the side of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module in an inverted V, if you will, if you saw it, on the side of the module itself. On the next spacewalk on April 28th, the protective covers on various points of the arm itself will be removed, launch locks will be released, and the arm will be commanded to make its first tentative motion away from its grapple fixtures. It has 2 end effectors on either end of the arm, very much like the Canadarm2 robotic arm does. The Canadarm2, along with the Japanese robotic arm, service robotic tasks on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, but cannot reach as far as the Russian segment, hence the need for yet another robotic arm, this one provided by the European Space Agency.
All right. Once our IVA is done with his steps, you will have just a little bit left. Oleg, get ready. We are going to put the EMMI in the stowage mode or stowed mode. Get ready. Oleg, what do you see in the error status? Error status 2 X's 1 0. Come again. I see XX dash 1 dash dash 0. Do you see, Oleg, that there is mode no TM, and then star no TM error mode, and then it's XX10. That's good. So the brightness switch. Toggle it twice and then put EMMI in the stowage mode. Copy. All right, the brightness has decreased. Should I do it one more time? Yes, please. Okay. The displays are off, and we only see the power on indicator. Copy, Oleg. Now we will get the confirmation and we'll be installing the protective cover. And Oleg, you have a go to close the protective cover, close the lid. Copy. I'm closing it all. Okay. We have it closed. The cover and the lid. So the lid is closed, the cover is closed. And we see that. And I have, all right, and then I can confirm that EMMI is in the stowage mode. We copy, Oleg.
Right on the timeline. The two cosmonauts have now closed the cover to the European Robotic Arm control panel box, placing it in its so-called stowage mode until the next time it is used. Now they'll press on for the beginning of the work to install 3 handrails on the arm itself.
Translating to plane 3, is that correct? Yes, towards plane 3. All right, we have 2 reds left. And a cable that's attached with a wire tie. So, do you think it's enough to install that handrail on the ERAM just with 1 wire tie? Yes, one wire tie will be sufficient. Okay?
Денис, аккуратно с резаком.
Denis, be careful with the cutter. I'm in no hurry. I'm very careful. What geniuses has tied it all up like this here? Denis, I can see you.
Отлично, что вы друг друга видите.
Oh, we see that you can see each other. Is it so? I am translating to 43. So what handrail should I be looking? 4336. So which handrail do we need? It's 4336. And this is where I am. I've been traveling and traveling, and now here I am at 4336. So now, you should open the MLI blanket where you have the support for handrail number 4. So you want me to kind of open it up a little bit, right? I'm doing that. It's opposite handrail 4336. Okay? And we can see it, Oleg. I am opening it a little bit. Well, that's such a good Velcro here. There we go. This is the spot. It's number 4. So completely free and empty and ready. Great. That's the location for the handrail. Now, Oleg, once you are ready, retrieve the handrail, and that's where we want you to install it. And Denis, I can see you again. I'm not opening it up completely because it's going to be pretty difficult to close it later.
Two hours, 28 minutes in the spacewalk. You're looking at the first view of one of the two limbs of the 37-foot-long European Robotic Arm, which is folded in place as Denis Matveev removes thermal covers in advance of the installation of the first of 3 handrails on the 2 limbs of the arm.
Yes, I did. That's good.
Okay, so I installed handrail number 4 on the locks. Great, Oleg. Now put back the safety and retrieve number 6. So the locks are just locked by themselves automatically. Yes, there should be an indicator. The indicator should crop up. Yes, I can see it. So everything is nominal. All right, now what handrail is next? So and what? Which ones do you have? I have number 1 and 6. Okay. All right. Let's retrieve 6. Are you going to secure it with a safety tether, or are you?
Matveev has now installed the first of 3 handrails on the European Robotic Arm. 2 more to go for this particular spacewalk.
Yes, I do. Here you go. It's a good one. Hold it for a while. No, go ahead and take it. It's like a suitcase with a handle. Okay, so should I show it, Oleg? So if the cover is holding, you don't have to put MLI over it, because during the next EVA we will work with it. So again, the indicators should be visible on the locks, and the handrail should be installed tightly. You know, the locks are locked, but the indicators are not visible. Now, look carefully. No, the indicators are not visible here, so I guess you will have to hold it now. So let us take turns in holding it. Okay, so there is the line here. Would you take pictures of each handrail with the indicators? Yes, yeah, we'll do that. You know, there is a space for handrail number 5. We did not take it with us. Well, it's not time to install it yet. So in a minute and a half, you will have sunrise, guys. Copy. All right, take a picture of handrails. Go ahead. You know, Oleg, the specialists are telling me that the indicators should be in the sun position, like Denis had. You know, I didn't have it on the left one, but on the right, it is visible. So should I press it down? You know, Oleg, actually the indicator should be in the sunk position, in the press down position. So well, then what should I do with mine? Well, as far as we can see, the marks are aligned. You know, they are aligned on one side, but not aligned on the other. Have a look. So they are aligned, they match. And here, they are not. Maybe it's just the handrail itself. Maybe the area for it is not suitable. Oleg, could you please retrieve the ratchet wrench and just try to use it on the indicator. Very carefully, just knock on it. Okay. Denis, and your indicators are in the sunk position. Yes, all four of them. Okay, so Denis, your handrails are installed nominally then. So, Denis, you have a go to the area of the ERA elbow and start working there. You know, this is, Oleg, I think that the mounting plate is not even here, because on the right, the matches are, the marks are aligned and the lock is sunk, but on the left, you know, there is the misalignment here. That's why the handrail was not correctly installed. But I'm taking video right now, so you will see, hopefully. By the way, can you see it via the cameras? You mean number 4? Yes, number 4. I guess, you know, the seating was missed for that one. Copy, Oleg. All right, so let's complete handrail activities. Retrieve the ratchet wrench and translate to the ERA elbow joint. You will remove the cover. Yes, I can see on handrail number 6 that the marks, that the lines are matching on both ends. And on mine, they are not matching on one end. But you have taken pictures of everything. Yes, that's correct. So I'm retrieving, I'm correction, I'm putting back the ratchet wrench. All right, Oleg, let's not waste our time. We will analyze the pictures. And this locking wire, you know, is not visible for you yet. You cannot see it. No, we can see it, but not in detail, unfortunately. All right. I will can actually do a close-up for you. Can you see it now? Yes, we can see it, that the that it is sticking out. And again, on this bracket, the lines are aligned, and on that are not. Yes, I can see that the bracket is the culprit. Actually, the mounting plate is culprit. So maybe it should be on to the left, more to the left. I copy all. Let's complete this activity with the handrail. And translate to the elbow joint to start the removal of the cover from the joint. All right, in work. Let me close it with the EMMI first. Oleg, but in your opinion, it is installed tightly, right? The handrail. Yes, it is very tight. I did a pull test and I knocked on it, and it looks like it is stable. I guess I should deactivate the camera, right, Moscow, so that I can save some battery juice. Yes, Oleg, that's right. And please translate to the elbow joint location. Okay, the camera. So good. Okay, Denis, what about the cover? Are there any issues? Okay, there are ties there that need to be cut. Okay, Denis. And could you please secure the cover to the big red hook? I will do that, but it is actually quite tight here. All right, and unintelligible. Yeah, when you put back the cutter, yes, I am putting back the cutter.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 41 minutes into the spacewalk. Just to recap, the
cover.
First spacewalk of Expedition 67, the fourth of the year out of the International Space Station. The fourth for Oleg Artemyev and the first for Denis Matveev got underway at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Cover.
The two cosmonauts working very efficiently outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, installed and successfully checked out the European Robotic Arm control panel box. It's up and running in good shape for future commanding of the robotic arm in the tasks that we'll undertake in the months and years ahead to move people and payloads around the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The first of three handrails today have been installed on the arm itself, the second in the process of being installed by Artemyev and Matveev. Matveev also in the process of removing protective thermal covers from launch base points and payload interfaces. Soon we'll be removing a thermal cover from the elbow of the robotic arm itself. The next spacewalk these two will conduct is just 10 days away on April 28th, when they will also release launch locks and other constraints that held the arm securely in place during its launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan last July, affixed to the Nauka module so that it can take its first tentative steps away from its grapple points. There are two limbs to this arm. Once unfurled, can reach 37 feet in distance, with a pair of end effectors, just like the Canadarm2 robotic arm that services the U.S. segment of the International Space Station.
Okay, do you have a tie there? Yes, I do. And there is a handrail on the ERA arm that you can use. Okay, first I will try to untie this ribbon. Oleg, don't waste your time, cut it. Unintelligible. But I will first try to untie it. Yes, actually, I succeeded. I untied it. Okay, you know, the guy who tied it was a very conscientious guy and industrious. All right, so please, again, be careful with the reflectors. Now I can see the first wire tie here. Okay. Fold the MLI cover in such a way so that it will be convenient for you to put it back later on. Well, so maybe we should bag it. All right, so, you know, do it in such a way that it is convenient for you to tie and untie it. All right, I will have to rehook my tether here. Stand by one. And what handrail should I use? Is it a 4351 handrail? Okay, it's 36. All right. Okay, so have you completed your MLI activity? I'm asking Oleg. I'm asking Denis. So Oleg, so what about the cover? The cover is secured. This is Denis. I'm not done yet. We are doing it simultaneously with Oleg. Oleg, there is some kind of a thread there, so please make sure that it is not just moving about there. All right, we will do that right now. Don't worry. Here you go. Everything is ready. All right, I will rehook my tether towards the handrail where I will be working. Right, so we are rotating it here and turning it and rotating it, folding it up. So what is the best way to fold it? Another tie here that I discovered.
And a good view from a camcorder that's mounted in a window in the Zvezda service module. At the bottom of your screen, Denis Matveev, Oleg Artemyev at the top of your screen as they continue to remove thermal covers from the European Robotic Arm and its two limbs. They're installing a trio of handrails on the arm. After the completion of the work to install a control panel for the operation of the arm, that went by the book as we are closing in on the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk.
You know, for Denis, maybe it is dangerous. For me, it is not. It is in the sheath now. Now, Oleg, unintelligible. All right. Okay, you know, he has some kind of MLI cover beneath there as well. So below there, we have another cover. No, actually, you should not remove anything below. Only, you know, the one that you have already folded. But I just want to tell you that there is another cover below. Yes, this actually is sewed to the hull. Well, it is tied. Oleg, do not cut anything else. Yes, that's important. I know, and I don't know anything without, I don't do anything without your command, Moscow. All right, let me move away from these reflectors here. Denis, have you completed your side of the cover folding? Yes, I have. Now, could you please take a camera and take picture of the sun reflectors in the area of the elbow joint? And I'm moving away from those reflectors. This is EV1. All right, I'm activating the pump. Of course, now I'm on the hot side, kind of.
плавающим замотать. Даже, я думаю, использовать несколько троечных фиксаторов.
And Oleg, I'm giving you advice to use a few wire ties to tie that up. Exactly, I'm doing this right now.
Олег, тут еще поступило предложение, ты когда чехол застрахуешь, попробуй еще раз поручень четвертый.
Oleg, another suggestion for you.
Пошатать его в кронштейнах, вдруг сейчас на солнышке встряхнет.
After you have secured the cover, could you please translate to handrail number 4 and look at the brackets and try to do a pull test. Maybe, during the installation, it got heated, and please check whether it is still installed tightly. Of course, after you are complete with the cover removal and folding up. Well, I can do it, both at the same time. All right, it's up to you, Oleg.
A good view of the two limbs of the European Robotic Arm, flanked by Denis Matveev on the bottom of your screen and Oleg Artemyev at the top, as they continue to remove thermal covers and install handrails on the arm itself to facilitate its future use by spacewalkers in the conduct of payload and people-moving activities. And an excellent view of the arm itself. At the very top of the arm is the elbow. That thermal cover will also be removed. On the next spacewalk on April 28th, Artemyev and Matveev will be releasing a number of launch constraints and restraints, launch locks if you will, that have held the arm securely in place since it launched on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module last July. Two of the three handrails scheduled for installation today have in fact been installed. One more to go.
Oleg, the kit looks tight as it is.
Олег, больше укладку не складывай, потому что там пластиковые панели вот эти.
Олег,
Они уже как будто бы как начали отрываться.
don't fold the kit anymore.
We're just a few minutes shy of the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk. A great view of the Earth below, 261 miles below, as the International Space Station approaches British Columbia and the West Coast, just north of Vancouver.
Denis, can you please tell me whether Oleg can reach handrail number 1 from where he is right now? Unintelligible. Let me see.
Скажи, пожалуйста, еще раз, дотянется Олег со своей стороны до поручня номер 1?
Denis, again, will Oleg be able to reach to handrail number 1 from where he is? Yes, he will. And Oleg, we have a suggestion. We will ask Denis to take some pictures, and you will install on your side, you will install handrail number 1. All right, we'll do that.
Так, что нужно поставить? Этот? Хорошо.
Okay, so
И еще положение
what should you install?
поручень номер 4.
That handrail, yes.
Попробуй по площадке
And
постучать ключом.
now, as for the handrail number 4, could you please knock with a ratchet wrench on the plate, on the mounting plate? Right? All right, I will do that. And what about the timeline, where we are?
Мы идем ровно по циклограмме.
You are moving exactly per the timeline, on time.
The report from the Russian flight control team informing the two cosmonauts they're right on the timeline. They began the spacewalk a few minutes behind schedule, but have made up time and are working quite efficiently outside of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, approaching the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk.
And I will give you instructions. You will have to translate towards
Поручня 4306
handrail 4306
в сторону конуса МЛМ к ПХО.
towards the MLM cone in the direction of PHO. I can see the handrail 4309, and this is Oleg. So, do you think one wire tie will be sufficient? Denis, so please translate towards PHO, towards MLM cone. All right.
Поручни 4320.
Will do.
Дашь квитанцию, что дошел.
And once you reach the handrail 4300, you will
Давай попробуем на 2.
report it to us. Now, Oleg, regarding the wire ties. So do you have 2 wire ties? Let us try 2. Well, actually, I can use all 15 that I have here. Oleg, no, 15 is not necessary. Just 2 will suffice. All right. And the plates, they are detaching regularly.
Okay.
You know, I think the 2 wire ties will be quite sufficient. All right.
И Ред на камере у тебя лебедка не выбирает слабину.
And also I see the red tether on the camera, and yes, I guess it got tangled up somewhere. It's okay now.
Так, сейчас мы притянем еще на одну проволочку.
And let me wrap another wire tie. So, what should I pick?
Какую тебе проволоку затянуть? Вот давай вот на эту.
What wire tie should I go with? Let's pick this one.
Олег, ну, особо не усердствуй, потому что
Oleg,
нужно будет на 53-м выходе это все и разматывать.
don't do too much work at this point because during EVA 53 you're going to have to unwrap it all. Okay.
Так, вот так достаточно?
Would it be sufficient like this? Yes, Oleg, that will do.
Так, ну что, пробуем еще раз постучать.
Okay, should I tap again? I don't think it's going to work, but I can give it a try. Oleg?
Да.
Yes, go ahead.
Поправь там по возможности крагу на правой перчатке.
Oleg, if possible, please adjust the gauntlet of your right glove.
Вверх ее как бы закрыть.
Try to pull it up to cover the connector.
Ага, спасибо.
Okay, thanks. Okay, it's covered now. Thanks. Sergey, this is Denis. I'm at the handrail 4300, copy all. And Oleg, go ahead and open up the handrail, tap on the bracket using the wrench, and also you should translate to handrail 4004, which is closer to the PHO. Go ahead and translate down to 424 first, and then slightly to the right. Your work side is the area of the antenna to say, and your task there is to take photographs of this antenna. Oleg, please tap at the base from the inside, on the inside of the handrail, in that area where the indicator wouldn't fit. Yes, I found it. So did it pop out? Did it come out? Well, yes, but the handrail came out of its... So could you please remove the EMMI flap? No, this is not what I'm trying to show. So this is the handrail. It came out, as you can see, from a point where it was secured. As you can see, there is a line here, and that's where it came out from. So, Oleg, could you please photograph this handrail? Okay.
Сделаем фотографирование.
All right, I'll take photos now.
Вот.
Let's see.
Поручень немножко вышел из стойки, правильно?
So if I understand it correctly, the handrail came out of the stanchion. Yes, by about 4 millimeters. Just exactly that same clearance that we saw earlier that we lacked. Okay, Oleg, I see it now, and you can continue.
Good view of the European Space Agency's latest contribution to the International Space Station. Its long-awaited European Robotic Arm that is attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. As you are looking up almost to the top of Nauka toward the Pre-EVA node module,
What antenna should it be?
and attached to it, docked to it, if you will, Soyuz MS-21 that delivered Artemyev,
On plane,
Matveev, and Sergei Korsakov to the station a month ago.
looking towards plane 3.
Сергей, а видно в камеры вообще?
Sergey, are you getting any picture through the camera? Yes, I am.
Да, я понимаю, о чем ты.
And I know what you're talking about. I can see it in the camera. And what about the handrail? Is it installed reliably? Yes, and it was installed reliably before, but now it fits. Indicators fit, so it's fine now. So the handrail came out from the extension just by the same clearance that we saw that didn't match. Okay, so Oleg, can you confirm that it is installed reliably? Yes, I confirm, and of course you always need the confirmation just in case. Okay, I'm taking a break. Oleg, Denis, we're back from LOS. Okay? We're taking a break now. A quick break. All right, go ahead and take a break.
Денис, смотри, под правой рукой у тебя...
Denis, look, the MLM is underneath your right hand, so please make sure that you do not touch anything in that area.
Денис, подскажи, ты антенну наблюдаешь?
Denis, can you confirm that you see the antenna? No, I see many antennas. This is Oleg. Let me help you, Denis. Please wait for me. I'll get over there. If possible, could you please tell me where it should be oriented? It should be oriented towards the PHO. Denis, please turn to the right to make sure that we can see you as well. This is the antenna on the MLM. Okay. Now up. Denis, did you photograph the reflectors? Or so I don't have to do that right now. Okay. Okay, good. Oleg, and once you're done with your break, please translate towards the handrail 1 inaudible. Denis, please turn to the right. And please turn your head up now. You should be looking right at it. Basically, it's a big round dish. Okay, copy that. Okay, let me try that. Solar trackers should be on your right, so make sure that you don't touch them as well. Copy.
Денис, а можешь как-то постараться еще повыше камеру?
Would it be possible
повернуть,
to turn your head
что мы смотрим все на одну и ту же антенну?
In such a way that we can see what you're doing too, to make sure that we're looking at the same antenna. So, okay, I will try that now.
Денис, ну, в принципе, если ты ее... Денис, вот она должна быть...
Denis, it should be to your right on the MLM.
Вот, ты как раз на нее...
There it is, You're looking right at it now. Is it this one? The camera was turned towards it. It's not this one, it's the one to the left, and more to the left.
Около левой руки.
It's next to your left hand. This is the antenna that you're supposed to photograph. Yes, I did take photographs of this antenna from this angle specifically, and while Oleg is installing the handrails, please take detailed photographs from different angles as well as the general view. Okay, copy that.
Задача вам сильно облегчит выход 55-й.
Because if you do this now, it's going to make EVA 55 much easier for you.
Денис, и там еще где-то работаешь? Тут
Денис, you're still working in this area where there are some cable connections, and make sure that you don't touch them. Okay, I am doing my best.
Денис, все хорошо.
Денис,
сфотографировал все верно.
all is going great.
Давай тогда
You
перемещаться к
did take the right photograph.
40.05, который...
And let's go ahead and start translating towards the handrail 4005, towards the STO translation ring, on the translation ring. And you'll wait for Oleg there. Also, I wanted to tell you that handrail 4005 is named after Pyotr Dubrov. Copy that. Did he break it or something?
Мы этот поручень смогли установить только лишь со второй попытки.
We were able to install this handrail on the second attempt during the second EVA only.
Петр вложил всю силу в этот поручень,
And
чтобы установить,
Peter did all he could, all in his power, to install this handrail because it was not an easy job.
поручень на манипуляторе Egress будет
So, and the same for handrail 4 on ERA arm. It will be named after Oleg Artemyev. Well, I see the exact same handrail, I think, here again, the exact same situation.
Олег, ну попробуй тогда, да, стучим.
So should I tap on it? Yes, go ahead.
Хорошо. Так, он стоит хорошо.
Okay, well, it is installed securely, reliably.
Денис, осторожно по поводу кабелей.
Denis, please beware of the cables. Okay? Denis, I didn't copy. Please repeat your last. Yes, I was saying that I am careful. So 4005. Yes, 4005. Now please translate towards handrail 4006. Okay, so I did a couple of taps and I can only see that it came out by approximately 0.5 millimeters. Excellent, Oleg. So the marks, they're like halfway there, so not fully there. What about the indicator? Is it all the way in? Yes, on both sides. And I can make a video if you'd like. Oleg, just photograph everything. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev continue to work on the installation of a third handrail on the European Robotic Arm and to take pictures of various points on the arm for documentation in advance of their next spacewalk on April 28th to continue the outfitting of the arm and the release of launch constraints and launch locks that will enable the arm to flex its muscles for the first time since it was launched on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module last July.
Camera is off. Copy, Oleg. And I checked that it is off. Moving towards Denis now. Oleg, do you need a reminder on the translation path? So once you start moving, you're basically translating towards the PHO. Copy. So I'm going towards Denis. Oleg, could you check if ERCA LED is on? It's very bright here, so I can't really see. So is it not working? So do you think it's working? So how long? Have you started suspecting that it wasn't working? For a while, but we didn't want to distract you with that. Well, you should have, Denis was next to me and I could have forward cycled it. So you will translate towards Denis, and then you can check it again. I can see it now. What do you see? Denis, you can see Oleg, correct? Denis, can you check Oleg camera's LED? I do not see you. You should have translated towards the STU using the circular handrail 4005. Well, I did not expect to see you there. Look at this sensor. Stand by. Is it this handrail? 4005. 4005? Yes. Yeah, correct. So should I remove it? No, please do not do this. This is the handrail that's named after Petro Dubrov, and you're supposed to be moving along plane 4 for Zestu. This is where we're going. And also, could you please check the LED? Check what? The camera's LED. And, careful here. Make sure that you do not cut anything. Please be careful. Do you see this sharp corner here? Okay, so let's move away from the antenna, and then you can check everything. I don't think that I can get through. Here, please wait, stop, wait. Let me get through first. Okay, so go ahead and hand it to me. Slowly. So how are you doing? Did you get stuck? No, I'm getting through now. It feels heavy. Okay. Go ahead and move away from the antenna. So can you check if my LED is illuminated or not? So one is on and two more are on. So this is the lights here. One is on. Because this one is on. I switched to cameras. Is it working now? I think one of your LEDs is not illuminated. Could you please turn? This is the one work light, the US light. Yes, I kept it here. Okay, so there it is. So regarding the work site for the upcoming EVAs, would it be possible? Would it be possible to reach the SM weight 7 from MLM? Okay, place 7, stand by. There it is. Yes, I can see it now. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. So are we supposed to work in that area? Yes. This will be in the future. We'll be doing some work there. And so what about the antenna? It's fine. I don't really see any obstacles. So yes, we can reach it, no problem. Or we can go from the handrail named after Petr Dubrov. Okay, Oleg, you can take a break now since you just finished translating along this path. And also, can you film now? You should have told me earlier. I can film Denis only. So, Denis, please move back, actually towards your feet. Yes, move over there, and I'll start taking pictures now. So we aren't getting any pictures now, so I can't really give you any recommendations. I guess that will work.
It's not an activity, it's not a task, it's just taking pictures. All right, and there you go. As if you just got here and you are at plate 7. And from the side of the handrail of Petr Dubrov, you have arrived and you are working. And try and make like a general overview of the whole setup. And here is the general view. And here is what we came from. And that's the whole translation path. How are you? Are you guys tired? EV2? I'm okay. That's good to hear. Oleg, thank you so much. We just wanted to say a big thank you because it's going to be very beneficial for later EVAs.
Так, на камере еще 4 квадратика.
And on the camera, we still have 4 bars. So we've used up only 1/3. That is plenty, Oleg. All you need to do is to take pictures of the adapter. And then you will be going back home with no rush, just taking pictures and imagery. You will be in orbital night in 3.5 minutes, so please turn on your lights. Copy. Okay. And here's the French hook. There we go. Unintelligible.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev continue to work diligently and efficiently along the timeline, having installed 3 handrails now on the European Robotic Arm, having removed thermal insulation from the elbow of the arm, and all is going well as the crew is working per the timeline. Meanwhile, up on board the International Space Station, we're just a few minutes away from the daily planning conference as the remainder of the International Space Station crew nears the end of its workday.
So we are passing by one rather necessary antenna, the one that's rotating. Copy. And we got to the ring. And we're translating to the ring. And Oleg, just a reminder, please make sure you do not touch that antenna with your left hand. Okay, so I can't touch it with my left hand? Well, neither left nor right. Just don't touch it. All right, I won't.
Страница 8, радиограмма 2541, шага номер 10. Так, я на конце.
Okay, I'm at the ring.
Давай, сейчас, минутку.
And here is the French hook. Okay, stand by for a second. Let me get myself secured here.
Так, давай, мне свой карабин.
Give me your French hook.
Отлично.
Wonderful. I got it. Let me secure it here. Stand by. Don't unhook yourself. No, I'm staying where I am. All right, I have it secured to here and then there. Yeah, we got too many cloths here. Stand by. Okay. And it's on here, right? Unintelligible, on too. Stand by. Maybe you need to take a break. Oh, if you say so. Yeah, take a 5-minute break. All right. We're freeing up the ring, and that's where we take the break. And the French hook should be connected to the ring, right? Yes. You need to secure the French hook to the ring. Okay? Or transportation ring. All right. Let's take a ride.
Huntsville, Munich, Suba, Moscow. Expedition 67 USOS is ready for the evening DPC.
Good evening, Expedition 67. It has been a great pleasure for me to work with you on Orbit 2 here in Houston. We have 4 topics from Houston this evening. The first one is for Larry. We would like to give you a heads up that we will be conducting a Dragon centerline camera checkout. The camera is not pointing inside the Dragon, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Larry copies with a thumbs up.
Okay, another one is for Larry and also for the entire crew. For your awareness, SpaceX will be conducting thruster firing test at around 0600 GMT for 10 minutes. Of course, that's on Endeavour. And so you will hear some thruster firing tomorrow morning for about 10 minutes in Dragon.
Yeah, 0600, and we'll hear some thruster firing from Endeavour.
That's a good readback. And the third topic is for Kayla. You asked us about the otoscope specula. We have no more new specula on board until NG18, so there's no action required for you at this time.
Sure, thanks.
Okay, and the last is for everybody. As for the Axiom 1 Endeavour undock tomorrow, 14:30 GMT undock is no-go due to weather.
And we are looking at the 0200 GMT on dock to see if weather improves to support landing. And more details you will see on the timeline when you wake up tomorrow.
Copy that. 1430 tomorrow's no-go, and 0200 still to be determined whether that's good or not. Appreciate the heads up.
Okay, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Huntsville, Munich, and Scuba have no topics.
And as the Russian spacewalk continues, you heard the call from spacecraft communicator Koichi Wakata here in Mission Control up to the crew on board the International Space Station, all crew members, that a weather briefing was conducted a short time ago between SpaceX, Axiom, NASA, all interested parties. Unfavorable weather at the splashdown sites off the coast of Florida have resulted in a postponement of the undocking of the Axiom 1 crew. It had been scheduled for 9:35 a.m. Central Time, 10:35 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday morning. Instead, the crew will receive a new timeline for their activities on Tuesday with, pending weather, an undocking opportunity at approximately 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time Tuesday night. That would result in a splashdown shortly after 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, April 20th. Another weather briefing is planned for mid-morning on Tuesday to determine whether or not the new undocking opportunity will be favorable or not, as SpaceX continues to evaluate weather conditions at the splashdown sites that are available. So again, the Axiom 1 undocking has been postponed from Tuesday morning to no earlier than Tuesday night, pending another weather briefing in the morning to determine whether or not the weather at the splashdown zones can support a return to Earth for the Axiom 1 crew on Wednesday.
Working.
Meanwhile, we're 3 hours and 44 minutes into today's spacewalk. Handrails have now been installed on the European Robotic Arm that has been the focus of attention for Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev throughout the day today. All of that work has gone by the book, including the removal of thermal covers from the elbow of the 37-foot-long arm that it remains folded against the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. Also, thermal covers were removed from base points, as they're called. These are the points to which the arm can ultimately maneuver around and grapple to on the multipurpose laboratory module once full activation is completed of the arm. A control panel box called the European Robotic Arm Spacewalk Control Panel was installed and activated and checked out thoroughly with the Russian flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow as work continues in the early stages of the activation and operation of the arm, which will continue over the course of the next several spacewalks.
If you get a chance, you can start taking off the covers. It would be much more convenient if we went underneath the Estrella boom. Do you want to go in? No, I can actually reach it. Yeah, it's bright and nice and cozy in there. All right, crew lock bag, we're leaving it behind. Yes, you leave the kit with the covers there. And you are standing by. Seems like it's a full moon today. Can you please push my feet up? You mean, like, push you? Yes. Give me a push so that I could get in there. You do want to get in there, right? Yes, because I wanted to secure a few items in there, too. So, do you want to get the PRM? Well, yeah, and I would like to get a little bit further so that I could secure the crew lock bag. Okay. And I got it. And where do you want to put it? Well, I have a tether. Let me give you the crew lock bag. Hold on, let me secure the trash bag first.
Денис, когда будешь снимать,
Denis,
не забудь его застраховать.
so when you're going to be taking the trash bag off, please don't forget to secure it. Of course. But it doesn't want to be untethered. So, could you secure the French hook here? The safety one. Do you have it secured? Yes. Please stand by one. All right. I'll give you a hand and then you will. So what do you have? The trash bag. Okay, I can see it. And there, let's put it here. There. And you can secure it there. You can kind of hook it up there like a garland.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're closing in on the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Denis Matveev in the field of view, along with Oleg Artemyev, are stowing items that no longer are needed for today's remaining spacewalk tasks. They have completed everything so far that was scheduled on their workload. The installation and connection of a European Robotic Arm control panel box. The removal of protective covers from payload interfaces and base points, which the arm will use to affix itself to various points along the multipurpose laboratory module in the future. The 2 cosmonauts installed 3 handrails, removed thermal cover from the elbow area of the European Robotic Arm, and are soon to install a portable workstation adapter on a payload interface on the multipurpose laboratory module near the arm, which will be used to house payloads as they are being staged to various points to be affixed on the Nauka module for payload data gathering in the future.
This one? Got wrapped around you? Are you unwrapping it? It's a small red there. How is it working? Okay. Great. And where are you going to put it? Where do you want to put it? I couldn't figure out what you were going to do with it. Do you need any help? Where is the PET-AM? The PET-AM is behind me, behind you. Can you secure it with a short safety tether? Okay. There you go. Oleg, do you have the crew lock bag secured? Yes. But we need to push it a little bit further in. Yes, and please make sure that it's secured. Where is the PET-AM? And actually, grab all those cloths and like stick them underneath the rubber band so that they're not floating all over. Okay. There, look. Really nice and tight bungees, and we can push everything underneath them. Oleg, Denis, you have plenty of time, so take your time placing all the kits that you brought in such a way so that it's convenient for you to get back in. There you go. Looking great. And I'm going to take a break. Okay, sounds good. And Denis, take a break and make sure that the French hooks are secured and the covers, the trash bag and the crew lock bag are all secured. With yes, they are. Great. Now you can definitely take a break. You did work a lot.
So the PRM portable workstation adapter is behind you, Denis. You are passing me one hook, and I'm shifting it to the left. This is EV1 towards the boom. And now I'm ready to receive the second one from you. Sounds good. Stand by, stand by. Yes, I'm standing by. Stand by one, I will move closer. Yes, go ahead. So give me one hook. Yes, I'm ready to receive it. Okay, now I'll move it here. Oleg, Denis. So the EVA duration is 4 hours up to now. Copy. So you are moving along very nicely, a little bit ahead, and so you have plenty of time to take a breather, to have a rest. All right, they're telling us to take a breather. Well, it's not easy here. We did not use those. well, but the ones that we have are working nicely. Well, Denis somehow is sad that the current cameras are still working. He sounded sad about it. Well, actually, that was his most joyful voice that he uses. Okay, so one hook is outside. Yes, we give you a go to proceed, guys. That one is heavy thingy. All right, so we are moving it. We cannot attach it to ourselves. Yes, it is a very heavy kit. You're right. You cannot attach it to yourself. So please take turns in moving it and monitor it closely. Okay, will you hold it? I will locate my hook. Yes, I'm holding it. Excellent. Now, Denis, please egress slowly. All right. Okay, so you can rehook your tether so that the tether is not on your way when you are egressing. And I can hold it in the meantime. Yes, you can use it, use the hook. Hold. Yes, I'm holding it. Now you will need to rehook your tether. Okay. Right, so the kit is now outside the hatch, the EVA hatch. So Denis is egressing and I am holding the kit. Denis, please look out, make sure that your tether is not in the way, maybe to the left a little bit. Well, that's great. Guys, in a minute and a half, there will be sunrise where you are. Copy, Moscow. Denis, how are things? Unintelligible. I am turning around. Do you need my help, Denis? Now I'm looking for my short tether. Okay, the short one, unintelligible.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 11 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev now working on the final planned task of today's spacewalk as they take a payload adapter installation mechanism out of the Poisk airlock and will move it to the area of the European Robotic Arm on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module to install it. It will be used in the future for payload activities and the staging of payloads that the robotic arm will move back and forth to various locations on Nauka for data gathering. The crew has completed all of the rest of the work for the day with complete success. The installation and connection of the European Robotic Arm control panel on Nauka, the removal of protective covers from payload interfaces and base points to which the robotic arm will affix itself for future operations. They've installed 3 handrails on the arm itself and removed a thermal cover from the elbow of the European arm.
So what's the matter? It's below your right hand. All right. Okay, the kit. I'm holding it. All right, is moving away. Stand by. I will rehook my tether. Yes, I'm holding it. So I rehooked one tether towards the ring. Stand by one. I will receive the kit from you. I am holding it now. Okay, I will rehook my tether as well. This is Denis. So do you need the second tether? Stand by one, Denis. Unintelligible. Okay. Did you hook it up? Stand by one. Is something on the way? Yes, there is this mobile ring over your head. No, you have to do it in the opposite direction. So you will have a short LOS, guys, soon. And then it will be an extended video loss of signal. So you can proceed with the translation in the meantime. Go ahead. Denis, excellent. So the PRM adapter is on the translation ring already secured. And Denis's hook is on the ring as well. One tether of Denis. Guys, do you copy me? Yes, go ahead. So we might have a short LOS. Yes, we copied that. So please continue. So we are not receiving any video right now. So you can translate on Strela boom. We are on the Strela boom, and I'm disconnecting here from the boom here. And let's roll. Oh, stand by one. Is everything fine with you, Denis? Yes. I thought maybe you should move a little bit towards me so that you do not touch antenna. The antenna is behind you, behind your back. If you turn a little bit towards the side, it will be great. Excellent. Okay, now let's roll. Guys, be careful. There is an antenna on PEHO module. All right, let's roll. So we are casting anchors here. We have arrived. All right, copy that, and please secure the ring, the translation ring here in work. So where is the hook, the tether hook here? I cannot see it. Oh, here it is. The new one, the brand new. Right, we secured it. Now we are translating. Okay, this is number 1. Now let's do it with number 2. I will move a little bit further. Now. Why is it kind of free afloat here? So let us make it more stable. Okay. It should not move about like that. Here you go. Now, it will be easier to attach. Now, so let us work with the kit. Let me reach it. Right, I need to untie it here first. Stand by 1. I am holding it, and it is secured with one tether hook, so you can try to untie it. So you are now in the location where the comm is unstable, and please continue providing your reports. You might not hear me for about 3 minutes. All right. So we are rehooking the RAM on the handrail of MLM. Copy. And the same thing with the second one. Stand by. Okay, it is done. Now I have to untangle that one. Okay, let me do it. Oleg. All right, so let me rehook my tether first. Move a little bit away from you. So that we don't have to be tethered to one handrail. Now I'm holding it. Excellent. Now you can hook your tether there. Stand by one. Oh, you mean to this location on the handrail? Yes, you hold it and I rehook my tether. Yes, I'm holding it, Oleg. I will move away a little bit first. Now, the handrail is on your left, a little bit over your left hand. That one? Yes, that one. Now you hold it, Denis. Okay. Oleg, Denis, we had a short LOS. Now we have recovered comm. Yes, Moscow, go ahead. Well, it's good that we have recovered comm. We are rehooking our tethers, and we are keeping an eye on the kit at all times. What about your fatigue? Are you fatigued? Are you tired, guys? No. No, we even haven't started the real work, you know. Copy. Let me hold it, Denis. You rehook your tether. Okay. Yes, I'm holding it. Okay, sounds good.
So they're twisted somewhat. All right. Okay, so this will be turned backwards, and this is going to be turned with the front side facing us.
Сейчас отхвачу. Подожди.
So wait, hold on.
Нет. Давай подтяну себя. Держу.
Okay, I'm holding it.
Да, все нормально? Держи.
Is everything well?
Чуть-чуть осталось.
Hanging there, just a little bit left.
Мы за вами наблюдаем.
And we are seeing you guys.
Так, давай сейчас еще ее переключим.
Это хорошо.
Так, давай.
Так, держишь, да?
Да.
Do you have it? Yes, all right. So I will move forward then.
Egress. Так, здесь у нас антенна.
So the antenna is here, and we need to go around it.
Обходим.
Going around it.
Так, дотяну все-таки. Ну давай. Так, давай мне вкладочку.
Okay, so go ahead and hand over this kit. It's on the right, and also make sure that you're careful with the equipment on your right.
Карабин на излом стал.
And the hook is installed here, inaudible.
Так, я держу укладку, Денис перемещает.
And I'm holding the kit, and Denis is translating now. Handrail 4108. Copy, Oleg, and the EVA elapsed time is 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Спасибо.
Thank you
За информацию.
for the update.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 33 minutes into today's spacewalk. Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev continue to work on the final planned task of this spacewalk, the installation of a portable workstation adapter on a payload interface near the European Robotic Arm on the Nauka module of the International Space Station. The crew has completed everything else planned for today, the installation, connection, and checkout of the European Robotic Arm control panel, the removal of protective covers from payload interfaces, and base points, as they are called, to which the arm has been attached since its launch on a Proton M rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome last July. The cosmonauts also installed 3 handrails on the arm and removed a thermal cover from the elbow of the arm.
I'm translating over this ravine. And I'm now at handrail 4110. Next to BTL base point 3. Copy. And Denis is still securing his tethers. Okay, Denis, stand by. I'm almost ready to take it from you. Can you push it a bit? Okay, I have it now. I have it now, and I'm holding it. This is the kit hook. Keep moving it. Okay, that's all right now. Wow. It's stunning out here. Okay, let me hold it, and then I will press the ravine. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so please hold it, and careful, the radiator is here.
Денис, как себя чувствуешь, не устал?
Denis, how are you feeling? Do you feel tired? Well, I feel tired slightly, but overall I feel well. Never mind, he's not tired.
Принято, Олег, Денис.
Copy, Oleg and Denis.
Только начали работать, можно сказать.
Well, basically we have just started working, right? So is it the location that we need or not? Okay. Okay, so you're going to have to rotate the handle now, and we will press it down. So Denis should come from the other side, and you should be next to the handrail, Oleg. Well, we haven't reached it yet, but I was just asking. But also, base point 2, is it the location that we need? I guess our goal is near. Excellent. Really great.
Так. Давай, сейчас подожди. Чуть-чуть я схвачу.
Okay, let me twist it a bit here. Stand by. Let me grab it.
Все, схватил.
Okay, I'm holding it. Okay, and also let me switch my tether hooks. Everything is new and shiny. Beautiful. So many people worked on it. Okay, I have crossed the ravine now. Okay, and move a bit closer. Okay, give this one to me, okay? Excellent. Please stand by. Do not move right now, otherwise it's going to go underneath you. Just move a bit, and that's it. And I will take it from you now, and let me make space for you. So how exactly are we going to position ourselves? I guess I'm going to switch to the circular handrails.
Denis, мишень у P2 трогать руками не надо.
And also make sure that you do not touch the target near point 2. Please repeat your last.
Сейчас потрогал мишень, вот эта черная слитка, ее трогать нельзя.
Well, you just touched the target, the one with the black cover. Please do not touch it. Okay.
У нас будет новая мишень.
Так. Сейчас я что-то расположусь.
Okay, let me position myself here.
Начнем.
And we're going to start.
Так. Сейчас подожди, я схвачусь за поручень.
All right, so let me grab the handrail. All right, I'm holding it, so you can go ahead and start translating now. Okay.
Давай, держите.
Okay, so let me hold it.
Вы пришли к месту.
So I guess we've reached our destination. So hold it, please.
Вам нужно после перехода?
Do you guys need a break? You've just finished translating to this area.
Так, порядок действий. Значит, мы...
Well, what's the work order here? Remove the cover, position it. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Remove the cover and then position the one target next to another. And before we start doing that, just a quick question. Aren't you tired? No, we don't want to waste time. So, Oleg, the tether going from your kit got stuck, but it's fine now. Okay, guys, if you're ready, go ahead and start removing the cover. And make sure that you secure it first. So where is it? I have it. All right. Are you holding it? Yes. Small red hook is attached. Copy, and I'm removing the cover now. There it goes. And let me reposition it. Yes, we need to make sure that one target is oriented towards the other. And the target itself, is it on your side? Yes, it is on your fault. So should I switch my tethers? And I'm going to give this one to you. Oleg, Denis, we just had an LOS. So you should install one target next to another. Yes, well, first we remove the covers, and now we need to switch our tethers to make sure that it is positioned better. Okay, let me hold it, and you will pass this to me. So you can secure it on the handrail, and I will rehook it later. Okay, so I'm holding it. There it goes, that's it. Stand by. So the target is oriented towards me now, correct? Yes. Okay, so let's go slowly. Yes. Do not rush, just go slowly and position the kits and the targets, etc. All right, Godspeed. Let me take a look at the target now. So, should we go this way? Where is the target? So I see it now. It's on the top there. It should be there. No. So I think we need to move it more. Just like this. So what's going on with the tethers? Should it go here? Like this. Stand by. Wait. More. And rotate a bit more. Go counterclockwise. Okay, now it is correct. And
this is Mission Control Houston. Outside of the Russian segment of the station, in the vicinity of the European Robotic Arm on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev continue their work to install a portable workstation adapter at a payload interface that will be used to stage payloads for the European Robotic Arm to grab and move to various points in which those payloads will be affixed on the surface of Nauka in the future.
Yes, we can see it now. Copy.
This is the final planned task of today's spacewalk, which is now 4 hours and 48 minutes in duration. The two cosmonauts emerging from the Poisk airlock at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, as they open the hatch to the airlock to begin this spacewalk, the 249th, in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Attach it. Yes, could you go ahead and switch this hook? And Oleg, I think you can reach it with this tether. I think it will be sufficient. Yes, it should be fine. Yes, take a break. Take a break, and you will then proceed with connecting it all. So right now, should I go clockwise? Yes, clockwise to retract it. All right.
Денис, не тяжело держать адаптер ПРМ, а то Олег отдыхает, а ты
Denis,
тяжелый ПРМ.
is the PRM adapter too heavy to hold? Because Oleg is taking a break and you're holding it. This is Oleg. I'm also helping to hold it from the top. And this is Denis. Everything is fine. And Denis,
Но прежде чем крутить ключ, нужно корпус.
So before you start rotating the wrench, make sure that the PRM adapter is sitting tight against the pressure plate. Like this. So let's uninstall this wrench now, because if we start doing it right away, then this can be detached. It should go here. Yes.
Да, еще есть момент, что когда
Yes, and one more thing.
утопить гнездо должны таким образом, чтобы
The socket should be
не было хвостового хода.
flush in such a way that. What was that? Can you pull it back to operating position? And when I try lifting it, it comes out.
Ты переведи в рабочее положение.
Oleg, put it back to operation, and then you can push again. Okay, it is in place now. Should we start rotating? Yes. Push down and keep rotating until it clicks, and it should be retracting. Okay.
Примерно 70 оборотов получится.
It should be approximately 70 turns.
Да, надо было какую-нибудь резинку взять.
I guess we should have brought some rubber tie. Yeah.
Не учли.
So we didn't think of that.
Тарялик еще раз.
Oleg, please repeat your last.
Болтается.
It's loose.
То есть его прижать-то надо было резиночку.
So we should have brought a rubber tie to secure it. To secure it in place. Yes.
То есть он болтается.
Because it's loose.
Так, а он там... Даже если болтается, он все равно затестится, да?
Well, it's loose and inaudible. Oleg, I didn't copy. So I start rotating it, and it feels loose.
Не факт. Что он уже идет.
Okay, I guess it's gonna work.
Да.
Yes.
Так, да. Что-то у нас...
So what's going on here? I guess it's a miss. We should have brought something to secure it with.
Да, надо вот так вот держать, а я буду двумя руками.
Yes, it should be positioned like this, and I am going to hold it down with both hands. Okay.
Да, вот тут бы резиночки бы нам не хватало.
Yes, we really need that rubber tie here. Yes, indeed, it would work great here.
Давай, я держу его, давай.
Yes, I'm holding it. Let me try it. Yes, I'm holding it.
Так, или можешь загонять ним за резинкой?
Stand by.
Ага, давай.
Okay, I guess I'm in a good position now. Okay, go ahead.
Не стало. Ага.
Yes, it is in place now. Are you holding it? I guess we need some slack here. Okay, let me untwist it. Oleg, you are rotating it in the wrong direction. It is supposed to be retracting. Please wait.
Давай.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. Started to go up. Stand by. We would like to ask you to secure the French hook of the red closer to yourself. So you would like to have it a little bit tighter, right? Well, you know, when we are trying to rotate it, it's coming up. Is that how it's supposed to be? Well, you made too few rotations, turns, for us to be sure that it's secure. Okay? Oleg or Denis, actually, Denis. Maybe you can have this rope above or over your glove, not on the side of your palm, but on the outer side. Stand by. Okay, then hold on. Now let's try. I got it. Go ahead. Hold it.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Denis Matveev, wearing the suit with the blue stripes on your left, and Oleg Artemyev wearing the suit with the red stripes on your right. The two cosmonauts working very efficiently on the final task of today's spacewalk, the completion of the installation of a portable workstation adapter on a payload interface point on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. This work coming after this spacewalk began the first in a series of such excursions to activate and operate the European Robotic Arm that was launched on Nauka last July, when the module itself was launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a Proton M rocket, docking to the port that had previously been occupied by the Pirs docking compartment for a number of years. Today's work involved the installation and connection of the European Robotic Arm's spacewalk control panel. That all checked out in great shape. The two cosmonauts removed protective covers from a series of payload interfaces and base points for the arm, to which it will ultimately walk off and attach itself for the operation of payload placement and spacewalker movements around the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts installed a trio of handrails on the arm itself and removed a thermal cover from the elbow of the arm. The next spacewalk that Artemyev and Matveev will conduct is on April 28th, in which they'll go back outside the Poisk module airlock to remove a number of launch locks that held the arm in place during its liftoff and transit to the International Space Station, and begin the first monitoring of the task to have the arm actually move away from its fixation point right now on Nauka, to ensure that it can actually operate and move, albeit in very slow fashion, in its initial stage of its checkout activities. The arm will be used to ultimately place a radiator from one location to another for its deployment on the multipurpose laboratory module for heat dissipation, and will ultimately move an airlock that is currently located on Nauka to its final operational destination on the multipurpose laboratory module, so that the Russian segment will have 2 different airlocks from which spacewalks can be conducted.
So where are we? All right, we have the most of it secured. Try and rotate it. All right, it's not even wobbling. Great. Unintelligible. No, not yet. All right, let me hold it for a second. It's probably too many. Almost 70. Hey, Sergey. Sergey has said his goodbyes, right? Yes, he did. All right, let me turn it a few more times. Okay, there we go. Now, please secure the tool, the wrench, with the wire tie, right? Yes, and then take a break, please. Okay. Well, you little wrench, let me secure it. You. And on telemetry, we see that the Pre-EVA adapter has been successfully installed. Hooray! So this work definitely wasn't in vain. That's right. One red, 2 red. Stand by for a second. Are you moving to the right? Does it need to be, well, it needs to be at the bottom. Then it's probably going to be enough. And here, and now in this direction. All right, we have the handle secured, and we're taking a break. Take a break, because it's a manual drive, and you will proceed in the direction of MRM. I think it's too much. And they haven't floated away. No, they have not. Wow, this is so beautiful. Unintelligible. Oleg, do you have a chance to... Oleg, could you verify what's the status of the MLI of the fueling units, just to make sure whether it's stitched down or not, or sewed on? Do you want me to check the area where the valve is? Yes, the valve specifically. Well, when we're on our way back, we'll definitely check. Well, we can go and check it now. And do we want to leave the tethers? No, we'll need to take the tethers back. And the adapter needs to be secured to the manual drive. So now you need to unscrew two wing nuts and put it in the open position. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 14 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev. The two cosmonauts are currently wrapping up the final task of today's spacewalk, that being the installation of a portable workstation adapter on a payload interface to which future payloads will be mounted near the European Robotic Arm on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The two cosmonauts completed everything on their task list for the day. The installation and connection of the European Robotic Arm spacewalk control panel near a base point to which the arm is currently mounted. The full checkout in all modes of that control panel were completed by Russian flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov. Everything checked out in great shape. The two cosmonauts removed protective covers from a series of payload interfaces and base points to which the arm will be affixed in the future. They installed 3 handrails on the arm itself, removed a thermal cover from the elbow of the arm that was temporarily stowed and will be jettisoned during the next spacewalk this pair of cosmonauts will conduct on April 28th. And again, they're wrapping up work on the final task of the day, the installation of a workstation adapter for payloads on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The next spacewalk, again, that's planned for April 28th by Artemyev and Matveev, will see them remove additional thermal covers from the European Robotic Arm. They'll release a number of launch locks that have held the arm in place on Nauka since it lifted off with the laboratory module on a Proton M rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome last July. And they will watch as commands are sent to actually back the arm off of its 2 grapple points, very much like the Canadarm2 robotic arm on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station.
Unintelligible.
There are 2 end effectors on the European arm, which, when unfurled, measures 37 feet in length. The European arm always was designed to augment the operation of the Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese robotic arm on the Kibo module on the U.S. segment of the station, since both Canadarm2 and the Japanese arm cannot reach the Russian segment. So this now will provide 3 robotic arm capabilities for the International Space Station in the future. Well, this activity has been ongoing throughout the course of the day. Mission managers representing the International Space Station program, NASA, SpaceX, and Axiom met in a weather briefing and concluded that the first undocking opportunity for the Axiom 1 crew on the Crew Dragon Endeavour tomorrow morning would not be acceptable from a splashdown weather standpoint. And so the decision was made to waive off the morning opportunity and point to an evening opportunity on Tuesday night, weather permitting. The way the programming will work for tomorrow is that the farewell remarks by the Axiom 1 crew will be broadcast on NASA television at 6 a.m. Central Time, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, right after the completion of the Crew 4 virtual news conference that will take place from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The Crew 4 astronauts, Commander Kjell Lindgren, pilot Bob Hines, And mission specialists Jessica Watkins and Samantha Cristoforetti of the European Space Agency arrived at the Kennedy Space Center several hours ago for the final phase of their pre-launch training that will lead to a liftoff on Saturday morning from the Kennedy Space Center at 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time. Getting back to tomorrow's activities, the farewell remarks will stay where they are on the timeline for the crew. That will be followed by the crew members on board taking a nap at midday and then reconvening on Tuesday night, weather permitting, for the closing of the hatch that is scheduled around 8 p.m. Eastern Time and an undocking at approximately 10 p.m. Eastern Time to begin the trip home for the 4 Axiom 1 crew members, with a splashdown scheduled at mid-afternoon on Wednesday, April 20th. This all is contingent on the weather being acceptable for the next splashdown opportunity and the next undocking opportunity for Axiom 1. Another weather briefing is planned for Tuesday morning to assess conditions to support a Tuesday night undocking opportunity.
Although here, we probably want to have it more secure. And is it this one that we will be working with? Yes. And you can close it. Thank you. It's closed.
Сергей, ответьте по Москве в СГ-1.
Sergey, this is M. Crosstalk, Moscow called Sergey on space to ground 2. And let's tighten this wing nut. Tightening it. Okay. And let's just make sure it can't be unscrewed. Yes. And please make sure that the tab is in the open position. It's in the open position. So that's the light kit, right? Is that what we call a light kit? Yes. What did you, don't forget we actually would always attach a bobber when we were training to it, when we were training in the NBL. Oh, really? All right, so we need to get that French hook, right? Let me get there, get to that spot. And I'll try to be here. And here is the hook. I should probably attach it to myself. Short reds. Or maybe an OTA. Well, I'm securing it to my short red. And the other one can be secured to the handrail, from one handrail to the other. Sounds good. I got my hand caught in there, my left hand. Can you help me out? Well, not with the left one yet. Okay, and I got untangled. So I would attach it to myself then. Yes, attach it to yourself. Okay. Okay. So you'll be going first, and I will follow you. Sounds good. And the second red or umbilical should be secured to us. So the EVA time is 5 hours, 25 minutes. Well, what else do we need to do? So, and you will have to come back again, and we just wanted to let you know that probably you won't have enough time for the camera because you will have spent some time translating. And I think it will be enough, and we could have done that.
And at the 5 hour, 27-minute mark into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts have completed the final task of the day, that being the installation of a portable workstation adapter on a payload interface to which payloads will be mounted in the future for movement via the new European Robotic Arm. With that, Artemyev and Matveev will begin to clean up their work site, collect their tools and other equipment that they've used during today's spacewalk, and shortly will make their way back down the Strela boom to translate back toward the Poisk airlock, where they will conduct a final inventory of all their equipment before moving inside of the airlock and closing the hatch. That will mark the official end of today's excursion.
Okay, and we are translating. All right.
Так,
4109 and 4108.
We are translating along. Sergey, when are we going to have the installation time? 10 by 1? In about 12 minutes, 1, 2. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Так, это место у нас установки радиатора, да?
So this is the radiator installation location?
Вот он, клапан защиты.
Yes. It is here, the protective, unintelligible. So we have reached this Strela boom. One tether is already attached to the ring. Copy, Oleg. Okay, so I will be on this side and you will be on the opposite side, correct? Here you go, Denis. I'm holding it. Right. So we both are on the Strela boom on the ring. Copy, Oleg. So we have removed the hook and now we can start rolling. Copy. You know, the ring is attached to the wire. Right, this is the telecamera, just one step away from me. It was. Oleg, we will perform this activity next time. Don't worry. We still have an hour, even an hour and a half, till the end of the EVA. Oleg, do you copy me in Moscow? Yes, we do. Unintelligible. We could have actually performed this activity. Next time, Oleg, you will have this opportunity to unscrew it. So I have an extender, and I think it will fit to the ridge. Yeah, yes, it's just a little bit short. Oleg, in 1 minute, you will have installation, and you will be able then to take pictures of the surroundings. All right? Yes, we have time for that.
5 hours, 42 minutes into the spacewalk. Artemyev and Matveev are wrapping up all of their activities around the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, now in the vicinity of the Strela telescoping boom that they will shinny down to return to the Poisk module and the airlock from which they emerged at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time today, to begin this 249th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Okay, we had a good translation. Now we can take pictures of the surroundings. Okay, Denis, have a look. I'm taking pictures and video. Here are those bolts. Oleg, could you please take a close-up picture of the bolt? Denis, how are you feeling? Are you tired? So should I just unscrew and unravel this bolt? Oleg, let us do it next time. Well, you know, who knows what will happen next time. You will have to do the inspection of the hardware and the tools and to dry out your spacesuit. Well, you know, there is a lot of margin still. Now let's move closer to the EVA hatch. All right, in work. Actually, it is time to go back Okay, yes, we are moving. What a amazing view. Oleg, Denis, move closer to the hedge. It is time. Yes. Yep. We are starting to translate towards the hedge. Well, maybe we should clean the window here. But, you know, Sergei wants letters. You know, the windows are not clean. You know, you will have plenty of opportunities and plenty of work during next EVAs, guys. Okay, Denis, let's move. So what is the matter there? You don't want to leave, Denis? Okay, so try to move. Unintelligible. Denis, you know, I cannot move you. You know, your weight like about 200 kilograms. So could you please push, and then you will be able to move. Actually, you can even get stuck here. There is plenty of chances to do that. You mind the batteries, the arrays? Okay, the station wouldn't let us go. It says, I don't want to let you go. Stand by one. Okay, so I am at this side once again.
So, you know, you can actually squeeze behind the boom. Okay, please secure everything. Yes, don't worry, we will do that. Now, the sun is so bright here. I think, you know, these bunches got stuck here. I think we should have done it differently. Okay, so where is this safety tether here? It's not far from you, so where is your hook? Okay, I am securing it. Oh, here we go, I found it. This is done. The ring is secured. Copy, Oleg. Now I need to translate. Okay. One hook is tethered. The second hook. Copy. Now the kit. So, you know, some interference in comms. You know, a lot of background noise. So the EV1 is controlling the kit, unintelligible. Yes, a lot of background noise. Do you copy me? Well, hardly. Oleg, how do you copy me? We copy you, but now the noise is gone. All right, copy. How do you copy me now? Well, it's the background noise again. So what about now?
hardly hear you. I can hardly hear you, Moscow. So, Denis? Okay, please go ahead. Okay, so when you are ready, Oleg, move the manual drive. Unintelligible. Go ahead, Denis. We can use another handrail. So we are both, we got off from the boom, both of us. Copy. Again, there's a lot of noise. Okay, so it looks like some kind of a motor is working. I don't know. I have no idea. It looks like it's near the progress vehicle. That's where it is coming from. Well, don't worry. So should I first put in the manual drive or should I ingress first myself? Moscow is inaudible. So could you please come again? You can secure the manual drive to the handrail, and then after you ingress, you can take it in. All right. And also you should inspect your spacesuits. Okay. One hook from the kit is inside. Copy, Oleg. And the second one will be there shortly. All right. Let's get in the manual drive and then proceed with the checkout of the suits. All right, you've been exactly 6 hours. You've been outside exactly for 6 hours. Okay, we copy. That's good.
should have stayed a little bit longer and done something else.
Денис, если готовы, то начинайте осмотр скафандров.
All right, Denis, Oleg, if you are ready, start with the suit inspection.
Рукава, ноги.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 2 minutes into the spacewalk by Artemyev and Matveev. You are looking at Denis Matveev, who is wrapping up the first spacewalk of his career. For Artemyev, the fourth of his career, a completely successful spacewalk in which the two cosmonauts began the outfitting of the European Robotic Arm on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, installing and connecting a control panel, removing protective covers from payload interfaces and base points to which the arm will move about the outside of Nauka. The two cosmonauts installed 3 handrails, removed a thermal cover from the arm's elbow, and installed a portable workstation adapter on one of the payload interface areas on the outside of the multipurpose laboratory module. The two cosmonauts will climb back inside the Poisk airlock momentarily. They'll spend about 10 minutes inspecting each other to make sure their suits are clean, and then we'll wait for their sublimators or cooling apparatus to bring them back to the proper temperature inside the airlock before they close the hatch that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Also, just an FYI, you still have the ratchet wrench attached to your French hook and secured with your French hook. Make sure that it's actually secured. It is. I have it secured. It seems like it's just floating next to you. I may have just gotten caught on something. All right, I got it. Do you see anything else? Anything off nominal? No. One of my gloves is looking good. The other one is not so much. So.
Если вы считаете, что грязь, видите грязь, то да, нужно брать полотенце.
If you see, do you want us to wipe down the suits? Well, if you see contamination, some dirt in any of the areas, you need to grab the towels and wipe it all down. Do you have it ready? Yes. And let's check. Could you check me too? Yeah, it's also yellow. All right, my left glove is covered with something yellowish, and Denis's right one is covered with the same something. No, we copy. Grab the towels and wipe it all down. Will do. Somewhere on top. All right, one French hook needs to go here, close to you. So where should I secure it to? Oh, actually, maybe the hatch cover. You holding it? Got it? I'm getting the towel out. All right, I got the towel.
Так, на тебе. Сейчас, подожди. А я пока проволочку возьму. Поддержу только. Так, страхуем проволочку.
All right, and here is the wire tie.
Улетела.
And oops, it floated away.
Так, давай мне хватит.
Give me the towel.
Ага.
It's on your right side.
Все, привяжем.
And let's get it secured.
Так, и с поручнем рядышком, да?
And we have the handrail next to us, right? Yes.
Поручень, который на внешней поверхности.
Use the external surface handle, of course. Yeah. We understand. Not funny.
Денис, как тебе удалось уже протереть?
Dennis, did you manage to wipe down your gloves? Yes, yes, definitely, we did.
Так, готово.
Okay, we are ready, and we have secured the wire tie. Copy. Now, let's do the inspection of the USOS tools and OTAs. Okay. Denis, since you're going to be first, let's start with you.
6 hours, 11 minutes into the spacewalk. Artemyev and Matveev have wiped down their suits and gloves.
Yes,
one of the towels used for that wipe down is being affixed with a wire tie to the outside of the Russian segment. It likely will be jettisoned during the next spacewalk. This pair of cosmonauts will conduct on April 28th to continue the outfitting of the European Robotic Arm. They're now performing the expected inventory of all their tools before they make their way back inside the Poist airlock as they begin to wrap up this spacewalk, highly successful spacewalk that initiated the activation and outfitting and commissioning of the European Robotic Arm on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The arm having launched with Nauka last July from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
I still have it. Trash bag? A small trash bag is still attached to me. Copy. Looking good. Now, you also three small reds and one small red with the for the tray adapter. I have one small red for the ratchet wrench, and the other one is for the camera, and the other one is for the knife, and the other one is for the adapter. That's right. Also, you should have a large small red. I have it. I have one large small red. And you also should have an adjustable tether. And the adjustable tether has been accounted for. On the crew lock bag, right? Oleg? Yes, it's attached to the crew lock bag. Copy, Oleg. Now, you have a go to Egress. And we will perform the same inventory for Denis then. Could you please update the IMS, guys? Of course. Just as a memento. Denis, are you ready? All right. I have one. Okay. Denis, there was an LOS, a short LOS. Let's do it one more time. And let me, I will just name the items, and you will you will confirm. The gap keeper. Do you have it? We do. A large trash bag. It's inside. Copy. An OTA. The tool caddy is in place. Tool caddy is in place. Swing arm is in place as well. We copy. And you should also have 3 French hooks for small reds. Have 1 for the cutter. Another one is for the GoPro. And I took one safety tether from the large trash bag. Okay, and what about the adjustable tether? It's inside. I actually didn't even take it outside with me. Like, keeper is in one kind of bundle with other items. And large, small red. Yes, it is there. And present. Copy. Denis, Oleg, please turn off your hacker cameras. Okay. Large camera is off. Oleg, could you please confirm the camera has been turned off? Hold on. You just caught me mid-stride, so to say, as I was translating. I'll answer in a second. Stand by. Denis, what was the handrail that you used to secure the towels to? It's 60-35. That's the handrail. So both towels are on this handrail. Is that right? Is that correct? Maybe. Yes. Correction. Yes. Oleg, please report once you have the camera off. Will do. Maybe you can get closer to me. All right? Can't really reach you that easy. Oh, wow. You're pretty far, are you? Yes, I'm pretty far away. Stand by. Maybe you can use just one inside.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 19 minutes into the spacewalk as Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev wrap up their spacewalk for the day, about to enter the airlock, following an inspection of their suits and an inventory of all of the tools they used in this initial spacewalk, the first of at least about a half a dozen such spacewalks in which they will and have outfitted and begun to activate the European Robotic Arm. That robotic arm, 37 feet in length, is ultimately going to be used to augment the Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese robotic arm that have serviced the US OS segment of the International Space Station for many years now. Those two arms can't reach over to the Russian segment, hence the need for yet another robotic arm, this time supplied by the European Space Agency, to enable payloads and people to move about and be installed in various locations of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
And Denis's camera is off as well. Great. Now, Denis, you can get inside. Copy. All right, two French hooks are inside, and I'm ingressing. We copy. Denis, once you are inside, get the protective ring ready, but please do not close the hatch, not just yet. I copy.
Oleg, Denis.
Oleg, Denis, go ahead. Well, when you situate yourself inside, before you remove the protective ring, we are going to turn off the sublimators, and while the sublimators are drying, that's when you can start working with the protective ring. All right, that sounds like a plan. And we'll be situating ourselves meanwhile here. Where do you want my head to go? Towards the hatch, because you'll have to close the hatch. Oh, sorry. You okay? Did I? All right. No. Don't go backwards. Maybe we should take it with us, or should we leave it outside? Well, I am inside. All right, and grab this tether with you. Will you reach? Can you reach it? No, that one. The orange one? Yes, the orange one on the left side. That's kind of going outside. Denis, Oleg, since you're inside, we should follow Mr. Glazov's advice. Okay. Oleg, Denis, this is Gennady Glazov. Could you please turn off your sublimators and put the hot-cold handle in the open position, and the ASTER can be turned off already. All right, it is off. The ASTER system is off. We copy. So,
this is Mission Control Houston. Now 6 hours, 25 minutes into the spacewalk. Artemyev and Matveev back inside the Poisk airlock. The hatch is still open as they wrap up a few final tasks before getting the green light from Russian flight controllers to close the hatch. That will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Copy. So the counter will start up now. So it may take about 10 minutes. for the dry out. But if it dries out earlier, then it will let you know and tell you, basically show you that it's all nominal and norma or normal. And then you can, and meanwhile you can work with the protective ring. Okay, and if you are Oleg, Denis, if you are ready, you can start with removing the protective ring. So please rotate the handles 90 degrees. Hold on, let us remove the protective ring. All right, let's try and remove it. I got my side free. And let us fold it. And put it behind the handrail. Right behind the handrail, right here. Let me turn it like this, okay? And me too. There we go. Perfect. And could you help me pull it a little bit down, or out and out, or down and outside? No, just down. All right, where are you going? I just got tangled up a little bit. The camera got tangled up. It's okay. Well, you have your visor still down. Isn't it too dark? Like, is it not too dark for you? No, it's not too dark, and it's not scary either. Let me push you up a little bit. Oleg, Denis, once you stow the protective ring, please let me know. I will have some recommendations for you. Okay, we have it stowed, and what's your recommendation / request? So, did you want us to unscrew any screws, bolts? Okay. I just wanted to say that our cartridges are limited. Our cartridge is 8 hours 30 seconds. It's past 8 hours, so you will get this message anyway, and Denis is going to get it pretty soon as well. Oleg, Denis, please. Review and inspect. Please inspect your gloves one more time so that you definitely have your gloves cleaned and there is nothing left. Well, they are a little bit yellowish, but we have plastic. But we have bags to stow the gloves in. For mine, it's the right glove, and for Denis's, it's the left one. But in general, they're looking okay. Yeah, they just a little bit dirty, dusty, but other than that, all right.
Copy, Oleg. We're gonna clean it up later. You can rest now. And we'll be standing by for EVA hatch closure confirmation. Copy. EVA elapsed time is 6 hours and 30 minutes. You have completed all the tasks, and all the tasks have been completed perfectly. This is EV2. TO drying is in nominal position. Copy. The temperature, both temperatures should not exceed 15. They do not exceed 15, but they should be above 15 for both water and gas mixture. So what should we do? No, the pump is actually doing the drying because it circulates warm air and it accelerates the drying process. I can see the bolts from here. Oleg, I can hear you. And he said that will be LOS. Oleg, from now on, you're going to see these bolts in your dreams. Well, we needed to make sure that you will be seeing them in your dreams. Yes, I can see it here. Oleg, don't you worry. I'm already dreaming about this EVA. I know that. I know that you are a very responsible person.
Six hours, 33 minutes into the spacewalk. Artemyev and Matveev drying out their spacesuits, as is common practice in the airlock. Before they begin the procedures to close the hatch, they've removed the outer protective ring along the circumference of the hatch that kept it nice and safe and secure during the course of the spacewalk that began at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Later, and 8.
Russian EVA is marked in terms of elapsed time from hatch open to hatch closed, so we'll be standing by for that, as well as official word from Moscow and the Russian flight controllers on the official hatch closure time, after which we'll provide updated spacewalk statistics for you.
Software has not been updated, so it is still using the 9 hours. Okay, copy all. And Oleg, what do you see on your counter? The or drying 6:47 on the left and 9 minutes on the right. Copy. 6:47. This is the time when you switch to internal power. Yes, and 9 minutes is the drying time. So once you see 10 minutes, you will see the message that the drying is nominal, and then you're go to close the hatch. Okay, copy all.
Олег, посмотри,
Oleg,
GoPro, которая американская, у тебя была не застрахована, точнее застрахована рядом.
Could you please check the status of US GoPro, which was secured? Yes, it was secured near the hatch, and the other one was also secured, so everything is fine in that regard. Copy, Oleg?
Денис, как у тебя ощущения от первого выхода?
Denis, so how do you feel about your very first EVA? Well, he did not unscrew the bolt. So, Oleg, did you get the message that drying was nominal? I missed it. I think it went away. I guess I did get the message. Okay, your go to close the hatch. Copy.
Олег, Денис, можно ослабить слабину фалов под тягом?
Oleg, Denis, you can loosen your tethers now.
Ослабляем.
It's in work.
Ослабляем, ослабляем. Снять карабин с проушина на панели 201.
And
Да.
the hook is also on panel 201. Yes, correct. And we don't really have another one here anyways.
Сейчас, подожди, да. Вот теперь закрываем.
Okay, go slowly. And now you can close it.
Страхуй карабин за поручень и начинаем закрывать.
So please drop
При этом
the
контролируем
hook on
отсутствие
the
каких-то
handrail
предметов в зоне ВЛ.
and start closing the hatch. Make sure that there is no FOD around the hatch.
Держать крышку люка к флансу и ключ.
Remove the hatch cover and please rotate the handle to hard stop along the arrow pointing to closed position. Well, the cord got wrapped around the handle here or something.
Закрываем.
So I'm closing it. I'll keep closing it now.
Наблюдаем заход роликов под направляющие.
And put it underneath the guide rails. Okay, so the hatch is closed. Oleg, and please stow the hatch too. Okay, thanks.
Ключ до места хранения.
So we need to stow the hatch too.
Заход закрыто?
Echo is closed. Thank you, Sergey. Oleg, Denis, thank you very much for your work.
Время ВКД у нас составило 8 часов 37 минут.
EVA time is 8 hours and 37 minutes. You've got to be kidding me. Do you mean 6 hours? Yes, 6 hours, 37 minutes.
Ключ убран.
Okay, so the hatch tool is stowed.
Спасибо вам огромное.
And again, thank you very much, guys. You did an excellent job.
Мы с вами обязательно
Thank you.
на следующей неделе продолжим.
And we will continue next week.
Мы на
Of course.
этой неделе с вами продолжим еще работать.
And during this week, we will be working together. And then there is another EVA coming up next week. And I guess we'll be waiting, looking forward to get the new timeline. Sure, I will send the new timeline this week for you guys. Timeline, the right diagrams for all the upcoming prep activities. Thank you. Sergey, thank you very much. And also, congratulations on your first EVA, Sergey. And you really did an excellent job supporting the EVA. It was great. It was really unprecedented. Thank you, guys. You also performed at the highest level. And Denis, congratulations on your first spacewalk. Everything was just great. And it's time for me to sign off and hand over to the other specialists here. And I'm wishing you success in your mission and in all that you do. Thank you, Sergey. Good luck to you. All the best to you guys. Goodbye. Good luck.
Так, кем мы теперь будем?
Okay, so who's going to talk to us now? Is it going to be Dima?
Так. Так, ну надо место расположиться к полу.
Well, I guess I need to position myself closer to the deck area.
Не, ну,
There is space here.
карабин отстегнуть.
There is one hook that got underneath a tether. There it is. Oleg, Denis, how do you read me? This is Dmitry. I will be guiding the repress. Yes, Dmitry, hello. We're glad to hear your voice. And same here, guys. And Oleg, Denis, please position yourself comfortably for repress. And please make sure that you have all the cue cards for repress. It should be page 42. All right, so cue cards 10. Step 4, and we will start on my go. Copy.
Sergey, для Дмитрия по шлюзованию из MLM.
Sergey, for Dmitry, for repress. Sergey from MLM, how do you read me? Loud and clear? Dmitry, how do you read me? This is Sergey. Sergey, we can hear you, but you're coming in with interference, and I guess Dmitry cannot hear you now.
Sergey, для Дмитрия по шлюзованию, как меня слышно?
Dmitry, this is Sergey for repress. How do you read me? Loud and clear, and how me?
Слышно хорошо.
Loud and clear as well. And if I understand it correctly, you are ready to proceed. You have everything that you need. You have the electronic version of the EVA 52 procedure in PDF, and it is already opened. Yes, that is correct. Copy. And please confirm that all PEHO hatches are now closed. PEHO hatches are closed. Copy. And also I wanted to check if hacker cameras are off or they're still running. They're off. They're already off. Okay, hacker cameras are off, OFF, copy. In that case, let's start with step 4. MRM2 repress to 260 millimeters from PEHO.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've now confirmed the hatch closure time that completes today's spacewalk. Hatch closure confirmed by the Russian specialists at the Russian Control Center occurred at 4:37 p.m. Central Time, 5:37 p.m. Eastern Time, to bring this spacewalk to a close at 6 hours and 37 minutes. 6 hours, 37 minutes for today's spacewalk. We will have complete stats for you in just a moment as Artemyev and Matveev begin the process of repressurizing the Poisk airlock that will precede them opening up the hatch back to the International Space Station and climbing out of their Orlan spacesuits.
Okay, got that. КВД ПХО СУ standby. Press on КВД ПХО СУ open. Okay, it's in work. Please note the time. LED is illuminated. And please report on MRM2 and your seat pressure on the 15. And seat pressure is 0.34.
Идем до давления 260. При давлении
Please repress to 260 millimeters. 40 is the current pressure in the module and 0.3 in the suit. Copy. Thank you. Module pressure is 80 and the suit pressure is 0.26, 0.27 for EV2. Copy.
давление в МИМИ-2 сколько сейчас?
130. The module pressure is 130. Suit pressure is 0.2 and 0.2 for EV2 as well. Copy? That's good.
Так, в отсеке 160.
Module pressure is 160. Suit pressure is 0.16 for EV1, 0.16 for EV2. Copy? What pressure should we reach? Okay, it's 260.
В отсеке 180.
Module pressure is 180. Suit pressure is 0.13 for EV1, 0.14 for EV2. Copy?
В отсеке 210.
Module pressure is 210. Suit pressure for EV1 is 0.1 and 0.1 for EV2. Copy.
В отсеке 230.
Module pressure is 230. Suit pressure for
This is Mission Control Houston with Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev safely back inside the Poisk airlock. Here are the statistics associated with today's spacewalk. This was the 249th spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 4th spacewalk out of the ISS this year and the first for Expedition 67. This was the 4th spacewalk of Oleg Artemyev's career. He now has accumulated 26 hours and 57 minutes of spacewalking time. And, of course, Denis Matveev, a first-time flyer. This was the first spacewalk of his career, 6 hours and 37 minutes. The spacewalk, by the way, began at 10 a.m. Central Time and ended with hatch closure at 4:37 p.m. Central Time. Of the 249 spacewalks conducted in support of the space station, that has now accrued a total of 1,576 hours and 2 minutes, which is equivalent to 65 days, 15 hours, and 2 minutes of spacewalking time. This was the first of what is expected to be numerous spacewalks during Expedition 67. And again, the first today conducted out of the Poisk airlock on the Russian segment of the station for 6 hours and 37 minutes.
260, and now you guys need to wait for 5 minutes for the stabilization. And what was the pressure, Sergey? Let me check that.
Давление.
297. This is the pressure on the pressure gauge copy. That's good. So 5 minutes for stabilization. And Oleg, you will keep using Q card 11 step 5, switching to onboard power supply. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Poisk airlock has begun as per nominal procedures that repressurization paused momentarily and will resume in just a moment. Today's spacewalk by Artemyev and Matveev began at 10 a.m. Central Time, ended at 4:37 p.m. Central Time for an elapsed time of 6 hours and 37 minutes. The two spacewalkers will be at it again 10 days from now on April 28th, in which they'll venture back outside of the Poist module to continue the outfitting and checkout of the European Robotic Arm, which they worked on today, installing a control panel, as well as handrails and taking thermal covers off critical points along the 37-foot-long robotic arm, which remains folded at the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The spacewalk coming up on April 28th, again scheduled to begin with our coverage at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern, with the spacewalk itself to begin a short time later, is designed to release launch locks and to actually observe the first motion of that European robotic arm from its stowed position along the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. We'll carry all of that for you on NASA television on Thursday, April 28th. And before we sign off, two programming notes for tomorrow on NASA television. The Crew 4 astronauts who arrived at the Kennedy Space Center earlier today for final pre-launch training and preparations will conduct what is called a virtual news conference from their crew quarters down at KSC. That will be aired on NASA television at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. Immediately after that is over with, at the top of the hour at 6 Central Time, I should say, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, we will bring you the farewell remarks of the Axiom 1 crew members from the International Space Station in a day in which they are targeting now an undocking from the International Space Station in their Crew Dragon Endeavour for Tuesday night at 9:05 p.m. Central Time, 10:05 p.m. Eastern Time, with a possible splashdown, if weather permits, on Wednesday, April 20th. So stay tuned. Lots of activity ongoing at the International Space Station. We don't want you to miss a moment. In any event, today's spacewalk successfully completed, all of the objectives having been accomplished by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Matveev. Thanks for joining us throughout the day today. This is Mission Control Houston.